Good morning. Welcome back to day two, continuation of case number 9471. Mr. Hurling, you may take your seat. You've already been sworn in. Before we get started today, do we have any preliminary matters to address?
I believe so. Don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Mr. Alexander, I recall you said you had about 30 minutes to 1 hour of additional cross. Is that about right?
I think I've revised.
Okay. Revised upwards or downwards?
Downwards, Your Honor. Downwards.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. It looks like we have a new exhibit in front of us, so
Yeah, I have some more questions, and then the exhibits will be, I'm even going to try not to have to introduce them,
okay.
or some of them,
Right.
at least.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, please continue your examination of Mr. Hurling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gary L. Alexander for the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Hurling, it's a pleasure to see you, as always. I'm going to try to, I think a lot of what I was going to ask you was covered by Mr. Horger, so it may jump around a bit, but I'm skipping a bunch of questions. Would you agree that there'll always be congestion on the electrical grid controlled by PJM?
Yes.
Okay. We've covered. Is Project 5E a transmission project from Conestone to Raphael? If you don't know offhand.
Generally, yes. I don't remember all the buses involved, but yes.
Okay. While not being within PJM's approved planning practices, do you agree that there's nothing in PJM's operating agreement that would prohibit PJM from undertaking the modeling recommended by Mr. Smith?
That's correct.
And according to the operating agreement, PJM cannot require generation to be built, let alone then be built in a specific locale, correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. Okay, would you agree that on its own initiative, PJM conducted reliability testing on the IEC project, East project, as part of the September, actually I'll just say, strike that. On its own initiative, did PJM conduct reliability testing on the project of 9A as part of its September 2018 reevaluation? And just because I don't want to lead you, I got that from your pre-filed supplemental rejoinder testimony in the Pennsylvania Transource proceeding, so I don't want it to be a guessing game.
Yeah, no, and I'm just trying to, when you say on our own initiative, it's part of our planning process, so yes, we did it as a piece of our planning process.
Okay. And you testified that the reason for this testing was based on the successive increases in the market efficiency benefit/cost ratio reevaluations and the knowledge that the AP South interface and other related area transmission facilities were already significantly constrained. In PJM's experience, the circumstances driving the increases in market efficiency benefits suggested possible changes in transmission power flows and thus potential NERC reliability violations. Did I make that question too long?
I understand what you're asking, and yes, staff recognize the potential that the flows resulting in the increased market efficiency benefits might also have increased with respect to reliability criteria and recommended that we test those criteria.
And PJM's reliability testing was then employed and confirmed the existence of reliability criteria violations absent the IEC project, correct?
Specifically absent the 9A project.
sorry.
Yes.
Yes, so, okay, so to determine what was happening with these power flows, PJM removed 9A from the model, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that this was to some degree, although reasons are different, back testing or at least akin to back testing?
I'm not sure I would call it that. I think it was an effort on our part to provide a complete explanation as to the observed change in benefits that we had identified, in this case, first with market efficiency.
Okay. And I'm sorry if this is, if I asked you this just now, but if I did, I'm sure your counsel will say something. So you did take for this purpose 9A out of the model?
Correct.
Okay. No. In your Pennsylvania supplemental rejoinder testimony, this is pre-filed. You posed this question and answer on page, well, I don't need that. OCA's.
Mr. Alexander, can you pull your microphone just a little closer?
I'm sorry, I
Do
forgot.
I have that up here?
I forgot.
Yeah.
You posed the question
Your
that,
Honor, I'm sorry, we haven't provided the witness with a copy of his Pennsylvania testimony. I don't know if counsel for OPC has an extra copy for Mr. Hurling to read from. It might be more expeditious that way.
Mr. Alexander, do you have a spare copy for the witness?
no, I don't even have a copy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that
But-
answers that.
But if Mr. Hurling,
Okay,
Doesn't
ask him
recall
generally
this.
based on his memory.
yes, that's fine, but if not, I'll move on. Is that cool? Is that all right?
That's okay.
The question posed was whether OCA's electrical grid engineer, PE, indicated that PJM's reliability testing did not identify reliability criteria violations absent the IEC project until 2023 and only at that point in time. And you responded, as that expert noted, no NERC reliability criteria violations were identified in power flow cases prior to 2023 because the IEC project was modeled in all future power flow cases across the after the PJM board approved it in August 2016. Do you recall that? And if not, please say so.
I understand well enough the circumstances that you're describing. When a project is approved, such as 9A, we include it in our base case. So in 2016, when the board approved 9A, it would then have been included in the models in 2017, which we would have used to perform reliability criteria analyses. The case in 2017 would have focused on 2022, 5 years out. We did not identify any reliability criteria violations that would have resulted in the absence of 9A because it was included in the base case and there was no reason at the time to consider removing it. The following year in 2018, because of the market change in flows related to market efficiency, we chose to remove it to see whether those same changes would have resulted in increased flows with respect to reliability.
Thank you. And there's just one more thing. PJM has not yet performed reliability analysis for 2022 or earlier years in the absence of Project 9A to determine when such violations would first occur. Did I say that right?
Yes, and that's correct. We normally when we identify a violation only a few years out, let's say next year, let's say in this year's RTEP, we identify a violation 3 years out, we would typically back up to see whether it's also observed 2 years out. We did not do that in 2018 with respect to the removal of 9A because we didn't think it was necessary. The identification of the violations was additional information, but because 9A was approved and in the models, it really wasn't critical as to whether the violations first occurred in 2022 or 2023.
Thank you. That was, okay. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. Your Honor, for your patience, I'm knocking off questions. And I've asked this for Mr. Horger, but I just want to make sure that I've got it. Is that, can you describe what a net load payment is? It's the growth load payments, but I'm not sure I understand what that is. Can you, in a pithy manner?
In a pithy manner?
Well, take whatever time you need, but
When we run market efficiency simulations, we are modeling the locational prices on the PJM grid. That's the price of energy on an hourly basis based on the next generation that would be available, the next higher cost generation that would be available to serve that load. So we take the amount of customer load and multiply it by the energy price, and that's what would expect to be paid for that hour for the customers at that location. However, as Mr. Horger said yesterday, load in PJM is also entitled to some amount of financial transmission rights, which hedge against the higher cost of energy being delivered from remote locations. So the value of those hedging instruments is subtracted from the cost, the gross cost of the energy to produce the net cost of energy. So when you aggregate that up within a transmission zone, that is the net cost for load in that zone for whatever simulation you have run.
thank you. Do you happen to have your direct testimony in this case? And I'm going to your adoption of Mr. McGlynn's testimony at page 23, which is a non-redlined portion of Exhibit TJH1. I'm just going to ask you about one sentence in there.
Your Honor, may we approach so that the witness can
No, you
find the appropriate
may help the
line.
witness.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, secret binder on the floor.
And just again, it's at page 23 of your exhibit TJH1, which is the red line, is what the parts that are red line are what Mr. Horger adopted of Mr. McGlynn's testimony, and the non-red line portions of what you adopted. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, which page?
I'm sorry. It's TJH.
My testimony would be SRH.
Oh, if it's TJH, it's the non-red line portion, which means you adopted it.
TJH would be one of Tim Horger's testimonies.
Yeah, but he put the red lined in, and the part that's not redlined is your adoption of. I'll tell you what. Let me just read the Q&A and. Or do you have there your?
I have my direct.
Okay, and the adoption is included in an exhibit.
Mr. Alexander, let's make sure that this is clear that Mr. Hurling did adopt Mr. Horger's testimony.
No, I'm
Mr.
sorry. It's
McGlynn.
Mr. McGlynn's testimony.
Thank you.
I have my exhibit SRH1, which has my portions of Paul McGlynn's
Okay.
testimony.
That'll be fine. I'm only asking you to look
Okay.
at one question and answer. I have it at page 23. The question is, please describe the congestion problem PJM sought to address through its 2014/15 long-term proposal window.
And this is the part that is crossed out in my testimony, which was adopted by Mr. Horger.
Well, then we're going to move on.
Okay.
If it's crossed out, it's not yours. We'll move on. Thank you, Your Honor. Strike that question, please. Get rid of that. The 500 kV Peach Bottom to Conestone line is forecast to overload, as would a 500 kV / 230 kV transformer at 3 Mile Island. 3 115 kV transmission lines in Adams County, PA are forecasted to overload. Did I say that right? Or
Yes, but again, we're talking about if 9A were removed or alternate 9A were removed from the models. Those are the violations we identified in 2018 as existing in 2023, absent 9A having been constructed.
And so I think that there were, and if I'm wrong on the number, 5 reliability violations without 9A. But I may be wrong, but something like that.
That was what we identified
Okay.
in 2018, yes.
Okay, now, if we just put 9A aside and take it out, just I guess it's hypothetically.
Okay.
Do you have any idea, could these potential reliability violations be remedied by a much less expensive cumulative dollars than $500 million?
Again, in answering the question, we have to remember that 9A has a western component which deals with congestion in the western part of the interface, and an eastern component which deals with congestion in the eastern part of the interface, as well as resolving those reliability criteria violations. So if we're only concerned about reliability, it's entirely possible that we would find a solution that would be less than $500 million, but it would not resolve the congestion in the western part of the interface. And it's not clear without having first identified it and then done some analysis as to whether it would manage the congestion in the east to the same extent as 9A would.
But that analysis, PJM has not done that analysis because 9A has been kept in the model. Is is that right?
Well, that's certainly correct, but having identified that the violations would exist absent 9A, we have not attempted to identify a transmission project that would resolve those reliability criteria violations.
Thank you. Your Honor, again, I'm deleting questions.
Right. Don't delete the important ones, though.
No, I won't, Your Honor. I'm not doing it because you're forcing me to. I'm trying not to be redundant. If you would go, let's do. I think, other than the DRs, oh, since the time of PJM's rebuttal testimony in this case and the June 29 evidentiary style hearings that you testified in, PJM conducted certain updated market efficiency analysis on the IEC East project, inclusive of the alternative IEC East portion that's the subject of this settlement. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right, so when would those updated market efficiency analyses performed?
I don't recall all the dates. I'm sure
Okay.
they're in the testimony
That's
somewhere.
fine. That's why I'm trying to not, again, because Mr. Horja answered so much. All right, so I'm going to go to the exhibits that I passed out earlier. And mine, when I was reviewing them, may have got a little out of order. There's about five of them. I have on the top of my pile 40-02. Is that what you have, or is it different?
We do have 4002 stapled.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Hurling, you got this packet, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you take a look at 40-02 and agree that you sponsored it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I will represent to you that this is the copy that I have, so nothing was changed. Is there anything in there that is, and this is not a trick question, is there anything that is particularly out of date or something you feel you want to change? I doubt it, but.
No, this was only submitted last week, if I.
Right. So it's pretty recent.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And actually, I'm only going to ask you, and I think we've confirmed, so if you look at 40-02B, which asks you, would you agree that PJM did not provide results of a similar analysis to test the impact of including the HL project in the base case on the benefit cost ratio of 9A, and I believe you said you haven't provided such results because you haven't performed that analysis.
That's correct.
Okay. And if you look at D as in David, sub 2, the question is, with specific regard to your settlement reply testimony in this proceeding, do you contend that an analysis to test the impact of including the Hunterstown-Lincoln project in the base case on the benefit cost ratio of Project 9A either cannot or could not, in the common meanings of whether something is possible, be performed by PJM? And your answer was no, and then you say by way of further response to see pages 2 through 9 of your reply testimony, which is already in the record.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And that's it for this one, Your Honor. And could I, first of all, I should have identified it already. Can I, we'll be up to 31. If I can have this marked as OPC settlement existent 31,
So marked.
and can I move this into evidence, please?
No objection.
Mr. Alexander, I note that this packet includes 4003. Are you intending to put
Yes.
4002 and 4003 in?
Yeah, but do you want me to do it
No,
in one
I
packet, or I was going to do it separately?
Oh, you're going to do it separately?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just wanted to...
I just thought for clarity.
Okay.
All right, seeing no objection, OPC Exhibit 31 is moved into evidence.
And I'm just going to go to the very end of it. And you state that, well, first of all, is this, did you sponsor the DR?
What are we talking about?
The 30, I'm sorry, 40-03.
Yes, I sponsored 4003.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I'd like that marked for ID as OPC 32.
So marked.
And if you would just look at, and were there any changes that you would like to make to this or correct errors?
No.
Okay. So if you would just go to just the very end of it, it says PJM does not yet know what violations might be identified during the 2020 RTEP or other future RTEPs. Is that still correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to move this into evidence as OPC DR 33. Is that?
Yes. Seeing no
32.
objection,
Yeah.
Exhibit 32 is moved into evidence.
Okay, now I may have gotten this a bit out of order, but can we now, in the packet, go to OPC 28-06?
And this is the packet with the binder clip.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I have it.
Okay, and did you sponsor this?
Yes, I did.
And does it look an accurate copy?
Yes.
Okay, is there anything you feel should be changed? It's pretty recent. Well, actually, no, it's November 2019. But you're free to tell me what you would update or if it's out of date.
I think with this exhibit, there are some costs above the total for the IEC East that are part of 9A, but not part of IEC East. So all the right pieces are in the table. The total of 496.17 is correct, but the total for IEC East, which is 283.09, includes elements of Project 9A that are not parts of IEC East.
Okay, with that qualification, is this accurate?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
Okay, we'll mark this as exhibit number 33 for OPC and moved into evidence.
I'm now going to 11, this is actually staff, DR 11-01. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you sponsored this, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like this marked 34, that's OPC Exhibit 34.
So marked.
And the question involved, I'm sorry, the question involved generator deliverability analyses, correct?
No, here it is.
Yes.
Okay, and can you, again, if it's possible to briefly explain, or how, whatever briefly you could do, I know you could explain this for half an hour to get all the details in, but can you explain what a generator deliverability analysis is?
We test reliability criteria to ensure that groups of generators will be available to our operators when needed within reasonable probabilities. You know, so if as an example, if two generators exist at a location, the likelihood that both would be physically available is greater than the likelihood that one would be unavailable. If there are 20 generators at a location, the likelihood that they will all be available is less than the likelihood that one would be unavailable. So we assign statistical probabilities. We determine what magnitude of generation should be able to be run simultaneously, and then we test all NERC standards against a case involving those generators having been turned on. That's to ensure that generation is available when we need it. It's not bottled, and that we describe as generator deliverability.
And even though PJM can't tell a generator to build something or to go somewhere, there's an interaction that PJM has a part in when it's analyzing these things between existing generation or pretty future generation that has passed through the queue and transmission that PJM does have control over. And if I said that wrong, please.
Okay. I agree, first of all, that we cannot tell generation where to build. We examine the deliverability of new generation to ensure that if it is built, it will be able to run, that it will be deliverable. And in the course of the RTEP every year, we test all of the existing generation as well as new generation that is executed in interconnection service agreement to ensure that those generators will not cause reliability criteria violations to exist. Obviously, the whole point of the generation is to be able to produce energy and deliver it to customer load. So we have to ensure that we can actually do that without there being violations of reliability criteria.
And just for the clarity of the transcript, can you say what NERC, N-E-R-C, stands for?
North American Reliability Corporation.
Thank you. Your answer, going back to 11-01, and the question is stated above, is that PJM performed generator deliverability analyses with reconfigured Project 9A, which is the subject of this settlement proceeding, included in the PJM base case model. In doing so, PJM did not identify any potential reliability criteria violations under NERC and/or PJM standards. Um, does that answer remain correct?
Yes, it does. That's how we went about validating that the alternative configuration would, in fact, be reliable.
And then on 11-02, which I'll have marked as OPC Exhibit 35, is that right? And that's
So-
on the other side of the page.
Found it so marked as 35.
And again, this one's talking about contingency analyses with the reconfigured Project 9A. Can you again, in that way, describe contingency analyses for PJM's contingency analyses?
Yes, within the NERC standards, there are a range of criteria that require individual facilities to be removed from service. That's referred to as a contingency. So an N-1 contingency involves modeling the system with all facilities available and in service, and then you remove one facility from service. And the criteria requires that no other facility be overloaded beyond its emergency rating. Similarly, an N-1 contingency involves removing two facilities sequentially from service and again testing to see whether some other facility is overloaded.
And the answer was PJM performed contingency analyses for the reconfigured Project 9A, included in the PJM base case model, and in doing so, PJM did not identify any potential reliability criteria violations under NERC and/or PJM standards. Does that still remain accurate?
Yes, that's correct. And looking at this answer, in my previous answer related to 11-01, I believe I said generator deliverability looks at all NERC standards or all NERC criteria, and that's not correct. The contingency analyses related to N-1, for example, are not included in generator deliverability. They are included in these other contingency analyses, so that's why we have to run both sets. There are a handful of contingencies that are not included in generator deliverability, but are included in the second set that we run.
And in my understanding, N-1 means you're taking two lines out of the model and then seeing what happens.
Again, two lines sequentially,
Okay.
and there is an opportunity between the two contingencies for system adjustments to be made, which is why we don't run it in generator deliverability, because our operators would move generation up or down in order to try to manage the expectation of the second contingency.
Your Honor, I'd like to move, I think this was 34 and 35, I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
Seeing no objections,
No objection.
OPC exhibits staff's DRs 34 and 35 exhibits are moved into evidence.
Well, I don't think I need to. If you take a look at 28-06, but I forgot whether we have an itemization. The current estimated capital cost are, well, I'm sorry, can I have this identified as OPC 36?
This is data response 2806.
2806. And I
We
thought it was in the
previously
packet.
marked that as OPC exhibit 33.
And was it, oh, okay, never mind,
Yeah, we discussed this
Yes.
exhibit a few minutes ago.
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. We move on.
You did provide us with multiple copies. I think that's what caused the
Oh,
confusion.
okay. Do you have OPC 27-01?
The bench does.
Okay.
I do as well.
I'm sorry, you do?
You asking me?
Well, yeah.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. So, this question asked for the PJM TAC October 17, 2019 market efficiency update, it states that the PJM window project 201-415_9A, and then they give the RTEP numbers, has a capital cost of $383.63 million, and I asked to itemize these capital costs. And now, Your Honor, this is a confidential attachment. I don't know why, I'm sorry, but I'll withdraw it if it's still confidential.
Your Honor, I believe the attachment has been de-designated and can be used in public session if OPC so chooses.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't think I've ID'd this yet. So this would be OPC 37?
36.
6. Okay, you sponsored this, Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
Okay. It has an itemization of the costs of baseline B2743.2-8 and small B2752.1-9, and the area is APS/BGE, AP South constraint. And what I'd like to know is, can you explain well, let's just turn it over to the attachment 1. And can you just generally describe what I'm looking at, the upgrade ID, the description, just what the columns mean or indicate?
The upgrade ID is a number that we assign to all projects in our databases. The B means that it's a baseline upgrade. That could be either reliability or market efficiency, in this case, market efficiency. The description is
Yep,
just that.
that's okay.
The designated entity refers to one of our transmission owners, typically First Energy on the first page, Baltimore Gas and Electric, and PECO also on the second page, and Transource on the third page. The 2018 cost and the 2020 year dollar values are in millions of dollars, and that's the costs in those 2 years for those elements of the project.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection.
Seeing no objection, OPC Exhibit 36 is moved into evidence.
Okay, and I've got one more, Your Honor, and that's it. And this should be, the cover page is a letter from the staff, Michael Dean, who's sitting to my left, an assistant staff counsel, and it was to Mr. Curran, Transource and PJM's counsel at Venable. And the question, the DR, if you flip, can I have this identified as 37?
So marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the question, if you turn to the back page of the letter, it states that staff requested Transource to respond to a statement in the November 19, 2019 edition of the industry newsletter RTO Insider. And in the article, LS Power alleges that PJM's base case used to calculate the benefit-cost ratio does not consider the impact of a nearby project that would alleviate congestion on the Hunterstown-Lincoln 115 kV line. LS Power claims that were the project to be included in PJM's base case, the benefit-cost ratio of the reconfigured Project 9A would be reduced from 1.6 to 1, and it asked, how does PJM respond to this claim? So I'm going to make sure that we've defined this, or make sure that we understand the limitations of this question. It does not refer to, or the article does not refer to the original 9A, if I understand this correctly, just the reconfigured one, and that's what the question is asking about. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, and there's the article attached to on the next page, and I'm not going to read it because the question, staff's question, pretty much says, ask you to respond. So this is my question. In response to staff's question, you attached the December 29 baseline market efficiency recommendations, correct?
Yes.
And that's for public use, correct? I mean, it says on the bottom
This
right.
is, yes, this is a white paper that we provided to the TIAC, and it is marked as for public use.
Okay, so could you just briefly explain why this constituted your answer to staff's question? Where in this is the answer to staff's question is what I'm saying.
The white paper describes the analyses of the three projects in the area, 9A, 5E, and Hunterstown Lincoln. It describes the interaction between the three projects, and it describes our analysis of the three projects. And this is the information that we provided to our board as well, to inform them of the assertion made by LS Power and our analysis of the circumstances.
Okay, and because I want this to be fairly presented to the commission, this LS Power's analysis was never submitted as a formal analysis to PJM, correct?
We have not seen any such analysis. It was not provided to PJM staff. It was not provided to the PJM board. In fact, LS Power made no comments to the board related to this analysis that they suggest that they have performed. I think this has come up before, but you know, after TIAC meetings, when recommendations are going to be made to the board, individual members, individual participants in the TIAC are entitled to provide comments to the board for their consideration. In this case, LS Power did not, and in fact, no party provided comments to the board related to this analysis.
Okay, and that's what I meant by being fair, that you were able to give a context. Were you present at the November and December TIAC meetings, or listening in, or?
I believe that I was present at the November meeting because I definitely recall the comment being made by Sharon Segner of LS Power. I don't recall whether I was at the December meeting.
Okay, well, that's fine. You answered that question. So I'm not going to pursue it further. So, Your Honor, I would just like the entire package of, well, let me ask you, is there anything that you would change or that is incorrect in this response?
No, the response is simply a submission of the white paper, and the white paper stands.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection.
OPC Exhibit 37 is moved into evidence.
Your Honor, I think I've gone through all the exhibits, but even if I haven't, I'm going to end my cross-examination with that. How'd
Thank
I
you.
do?
You did well, Mr. Alexander.
Ah.
Additional cross, Mr. Dean.
Good morning, Mr. Hurling.
Morning.
The Office of People's Counsel has recommended that PGM conduct an analysis of the reconfigured Project 9A with both Project 5E and their Hunterstown Lincoln project in the base case model. And I believe you said it could be done.
That's correct.
It has also been testified in this proceeding that the Project 9A will resolve some reliability violations that appear in upcoming years. If PGM were to do the analysis requested by the Office of People's Counsel, how would the reliability violations be addressed in the analysis and in the conclusions that come from it?
That is really the crux of the issue. We did not perform the analysis as it was requested because, in our view, PJM's view, it would provide an incomplete and therefore misleading representation of the circumstances in the area. If we were to remove 9A with 5E and Hunterstown Lincoln in the model, there's two possible outcomes. One is that the benefit to cost ratio could go up or down but remain above 1.25. The other is that it would go down below 1.25, as LS Power has suggested. If it were to remain above 1.25, obviously, if we were looking at our interaction with the PJM board, we would provide that information to them on an informational basis, and that would be the end of it. If it were go to below 1.25, we would be obliged to perform additional analyses to provide a complete picture to our board. This is what we did, for example, with 5E and Hunterstown Lincoln. We looked at the benefit to cost ratio for 5E. It dropped below 1.25. We looked at the interaction between the two projects, 5E and Hunterstown Lincoln, which is illustrated in the white paper that we were just discussing. And when you consider the two projects taken together, clearly they reinforce each other and both perform very well, providing benefits above the 1.25 benefit to cost ratio. So that completed the analysis and gave the board a perspective on how those two projects would interact and enabled them to make a decision first about the approval of Hunterstown Lincoln and the retention of 5E in the RTEP. It would get a lot more complicated if we did the same thing for 9A, and if 9A were to have a benefit to cost ratio below 1.25, not only would we have to look at the congestion issues, because as Mr. Horger said yesterday, both 5E and Hunterstown Lincoln are premised on the existence of 9A, so their effectiveness would be called into question if 9A were removed. But probably far more significant would be the existence of a series of reliability criteria violations that we were discussing earlier. The most significant of those would be a conductor overload on the Peach Bottom Conestone line with all facilities in service. So that would be an N-0 criteria violation. Without resolving those in some fashion, I couldn't go to our board and say, hypothetically, the benefit to cost ratio has been reduced below 1.25 and make any kind of recommendation to them as to how they should proceed. Once you put all the pieces on the table, including the consequences, the reliability consequences of removing 9A, then the board would look at all of those parts and pieces and make a decision as to whether they should retain 9A in the RTEP, whether they should remove it, potentially remove 5E, Hunterstown Lincoln, and then pursue a solution through a competitive solicitation. Obviously, we could identify a solution that would hypothetically be required to mitigate those reliability criteria violations, but we cannot move such a solution forward on our own say-so. It would have to be pursued through our operating agreement. So there's quite a bit of work that would have to be done in order to produce a clear and complete picture of the circumstances related to the suggestion made by LS Power. So that's how I would deal with our board. I felt the same way about presenting information into this case that could be viewed by parties and conclusions drawn that, in my view, would be incomplete and potentially, confuse the circumstances.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Mr. Karen, any redirect?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Hurling, I want to start with your testimony and questions that you received from Mr. Alexander yesterday. He had asked you about the differences between, on the eastern side, the reconfigured 9A and and 9A, the original project. And you had answered that the furnace run substation would be a common element of those two projects, correct?
Correct.
How about the interconnection with the Conestone substation? Is that also a similar terminus point between the 9A and the reconfigured 9A?
For one of the two lines, the two lines that were the primary element of the original 9A configuration are being split onto two existing rights of way. So one of them is and I'm not going to remember the bus name now.
Right.
One of them is moved further down. I apologize. I can't remember the bus name.
Okay, that's it. How about a tie-in with the Peach Bottom? Is that also a common element?
No.
The Peach Bottom 500 kV line, don't they ultimately both interconnect?
Oh, the line.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And the IEC West, those are common elements between.
The IEC West elements are unchanged by the settlement.
Right. And there's a certain amount of incumbent work that is associated with both 9A and the reconfigured 9A. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do those change at all?
Not to my knowledge. The terminations are performed by the local incumbent transmission owner.
All right, thank you. And today, Mr. Alexander asked you some questions in connection with a DR staff 12-1, which I think has been entered as OPC number 37. Do you still have that with you?
Yes, I do.
And this is in connection with the questions you received from Mr. Alexander regarding a contention from LS Power. And I believe he asked you this, but did LS Power provide to PJM staff or the PJM board any modeling associated with this claim?
No.
And as a member of the TIAC, does LS Power have the ability or right or opportunity to provide that modeling information to PJM or the board?
Certainly, any participant, whether they're a member or not, has the right to provide comment to PJM staff or to the PJM board. That could be inclusive of analyses, cases. That's really at their discretion.
And in the past, have either Ellis Power or others provided such modeling information to help inform either the TIAC or PJM staff?
Quite a few members have provided comment to the board, particularly since we started with the competitive solicitations. As you can imagine, the projects are very competitive.
Correct.
At the end of the day, one party's project is selected and others may take issue with that decision. So we have often gotten commentary from any number of members, including LS Power.
Okay. And Ellis Power, is that a competitor of Transource?
For this particular project, it was, and for others, they have been.
Okay. And despite not being provided any modeling, was any of this information regarding this contention expressed to the PJM board before they voted on approving this project in December of 2019?
We, not by LS Power, we informed, PJM staff informed the board of the assertion, and that was, again, why we produced the white paper with the analysis. So that was part of our explanation of the context of that white paper.
So despite this insertion, the PJM board elected to move forward with the reconfigured project, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And did Ellis Power have the ability to write to the PJM board directly advising of this contention?
Yeah, typically the way it works is the members submit comments to the board, to PJM. We have a mechanism for those submissions. They are provided to the board as received, as well as posted on the PJM website because they're viewed as ex parte communication. So if you were to look back at previous TX, you would see all of the comments received by the board from various parties.
So that's a permitted and accepted practice to do.
Absolutely, it's part of the defined role of the TIAC. Comments are not provided by the TIAC as a committee, but by the individual members and representatives.
And for whatever reason we don't know, Ellis Power elected not to provide that information to the board.
That's correct.
I was going to object, but
He was fast.
I know.
Okay.
I know why he was fast.
And Mr. Hurling, do you still have with you an exhibit, OPC Settlement Exhibit number 32? This is a DR response in connection with OPC 40-03.
I don't appear to have that in the set that was.
It may be hiding behind 31. It's all stapled together.
Are they stapled together?
At least ours are.
I'm sorry, what number did you?
It's OPC Exhibit 32, but it's a
Oh.
DR number is 40-03.
Yes, I do have it. I misheard you.
Mr. Alec, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Alexander asked you questions about, I guess it was in connection with number 3, about violations that are forecasted if 9A does not go into service or goes into service. And in the answer on, I guess it's page 9 of 9, It states that PJM does not know yet what violations might be identified during the 2020 RTEP or future RTEPs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, does that, well, let me ask you this way. If the 9A were removed from the base case, would we continue to see in the 2020 RTEP the violations likely on the Peach Bottom Conestone 500 kV line?
Your Honor, I'll object to that, at least in the form of the question, because he's asking for something that Mr. Hurling has not testified about.
Well, I'm sorry, Your Honor, he's been asked a question about the 2020 RTEP. It's been entered into the record, and it's Mr. Hurling's testimony.
I don't have
simply
any
asking
problem
him
with that.
about-
He said likely. And
Okay.
Oh, I would just say, well, I can rephrase it. The fact that you haven't done the 2020 RTEP, if 9A were to be removed from the RTEP, what's likely to occur on the Conestone Peach Bottom line that you've been testifying to earlier?
Based on the analysis that was done late in 2018, we identified a series of reliability criteria violations in the absence of either 9A or the alternative configuration of 9A. Based on the circumstances in the area, I have to expect that at a minimum, the 500 kV thermal limit on Peach Bottom Conestone would continue to exist as a violation. Some of the other violations were fairly significant in terms of percentage, so I expect that some of those would as well.
Mr. Dean asked you a question about the reliability violations associated with removing the reconfigured 9A from the RTEP. How long would it take, in your estimation, for PJM staff to identify and find another solution? And have you also, let me ask you that question first.
Well, first of all, the RTEP is an annual process. So hypothetically, if the 9A project were not approved, or the alternative project were not approved at some point later this year, it would really depend on when that decision were made. If it were made past mid-year, realistically, it would go into next year's RTEP models, 2021. We would remove the 9A project from the RTEP. In the base case build that's done between, say, December, January, February, that time frame. We would run the analysis in the springtime, the reliability analysis in the springtime. The earliest we could have a solicitation for solutions would be in probably the June to July timeframe of 2021. This creates a potential issue, because if the violation were still to exist in 2023, that would only then be 2 years in the future, which would be viewed, because of the nature of the violation being a 500 kV thermal conductor limit and the likelihood of a solution requiring significant infrastructure, we would probably have to view that as an immediate need project. If we did not, we would hold a window. We would receive proposals after 2 months, which would put us into the summer of 2021. Realistically, if things went easily, We might have a solution identified by December of 2021. It's likely that with the contentious nature of these processes, that might be deferred into early 2022. So hypothetically, the board could approve a project in late 2021, early 2022, assuming that involved any kind of greenfield transmission. That would then require, obviously, CPCN in one or more states. It takes time to produce, to develop a CPCN filing and submit it. So hypothetically, that could be made in, say, 2023, and then some amount of time would be required to achieve siting for a project, and then build it. If we were to declare it to be an immediate need project in mid to late 2021, we would work through the TIAC and the local transmission owners to develop a solution. So we would essentially save the time that the competitive solicitation would take, which would accelerate by some number of months the decision by the board to approve such a project. So it's at least conceivable that we would be in the November to December timeframe as opposed to the December to February 2022 timeframe. So you could save easily 3 months in that process, perhaps more. And then you still have, again, the CPCN. So you're talking about having a project through a CPCN probably in the 2023-2024 timeframe, and then a couple of years for construction. So arguably, you're looking at a completed solution in, say, the 2026 timeframe.
Thank you, Mr. Hurling. I think you were responsive to the question.
In that 2026 time period where this alternative solution could be developed, what, if any, risks are there to load, including customers, in that period?
Well, any number of times we have solutions that take longer to build and put into service than the date when the reliability criteria violation might first exist. So we would work with our operations division to identify operational procedures. There would certainly be risk to customers as to the reliability of their service. That could manifest itself as the need to shed customer load if we were to have a peak day and we were to have a contingency on the Peach Bottom Conestone line that could not be resolved through normal operating procedures. So we would develop those procedures in order to best manage the operational reliability risk to customers. The obvious financial risk is that the congestion that we have been observing would continue until a new facility were put in place to mitigate.
Final question. What is it about the nature of this violation on the Peach Bottom Conestone line that makes a likely solution a greenfield project, in your opinion?
Your Honor, just object because it wasn't the subject of my examination.
He asked some questions about number 36, which is OPC 2702. I think it's 36. It's the white paper. And that was directly responsive. It is 37, which is staff 12-1, a response to the Ellis Power issue, and he attached to that the white paper, which discusses the potential issues associated with not building these projects.
I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Cran. I agree with Mr. Alexander here. There was no discussion with respect to the white paper regarding greenfield alternatives.
Well, with that, we're done, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's take a brief break before the commissioners have any examination of their own, and we'll reconvene at 11 a.m. Mr. Alexander?
I have, wait, he put him on, I went across, he goes, all right, I can't, I don't know. I was gonna ask to ask him to redirect.
No more questions from you,
Right,
Mr.
exactly,
Alexander.
okay,
Uh,
that's it.
Reconvene at 11 a.m. Please be seated. We'll now have examination of the witness by the commissioners, starting from your left to right, beginning with Commissioner Herman.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Hurling.
Morning.
Mr. Hurling, I'm going to start with the discussion you just had with Mr. Curran about the urgency of the reliability violations and the timing associated with that. Are you saying that it's already too late? I mean, if these things are turned down, then we're going to have a reliability violation? Because that's kind of what I heard. That it's, we're already too late, and if Pennsylvania or Maryland were to say no to this project, that, there's reliability violations looming that may not get fixed in time.
I think realistically, that is what I'm saying. That shouldn't be viewed as, this happens from time to time. We have violations that cannot be resolved in a timely fashion, and we identify operating procedures to ensure that to the highest degree possible the customer's service is maintained reliably. This is a somewhat unique circumstance. The project was originally identified 2014, 15, 16 timeframe. Based on market efficiency issues. It wasn't until late 2018 that we even observed the reliability issues underlying the project. So it is kind of a unique circumstance, but there are a lot of other factors that go into siting decisions. If this is not the right project, we'll find another one. That's what we do.
Okay. Given that, and this concept that, there is some urgency attached here to the 2023 reliability violations, is PJM looking at alternatives or ways to mitigate that? If, because it is, I'm not suggesting that it's a likelihood, but it is possible that Maryland or Pennsylvania could turn it down.
Sure.
So given that you're telling us how close we are to the edge of we're going to have a violation we can't deal with, are you already planning to look at ways to address that situation should it arise?
We are somewhat hamstrung by the operating agreement and the requirements of FERC Order 1000. We will certainly look at what operational flexibility we will have to manage any reliability issues that might arise if either state were to deny the project. Even if we were to do hypothetical analyses to identify potential solutions, we are not in a position to present them to the membership unless we declare the violations to be of an immediate need nature, and that's a defined term in our operating agreement. We cannot identify potential solutions before going into a competitive solicitation. For example, if we were to determine in our own view that the most effective solution were to be a particular line or an upgrade to a particular line, that would prejudice the competitive solicitation process, and we just cannot do that. In order to declare something to be immediate need, there's a very specific process that we have to go through. So we could do analysis internally and keep it to ourselves.
Right. Well, that's what I'm asking. I mean, you could do that, and at what point would Pennsylvania and Maryland have to rule in order for you to declare an immediate need? Is it next week? Is it next month? Is it next year? When would that be?
if either Pennsylvania or Maryland were to decide tomorrow that the project was not going to move forward, we would quickly change our models and run the 2020 RTEP, this year's RTEP, without the project, identify the violations. 2023 is still 3 years out.
Right,
So we would realistically declare it to be an immediate, assuming that the violations still occurred as I described, we would declare it to be an immediate need.
Okay, so it would be immediate need, even if the commissions both issued a decision tomorrow, those would be, it would already be in the immediate need
I
category.
think that's likely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So the other, some other questions I have is that, I understand you had some discussions, I believe, with Mr. Alexander and with Mr. Curran about, this is what we do and we take it to the board and this is our process, and I understand that that's your process. But is there an opportunity for a transmission owner such as Transource or any other transmission owner to say, I need a special study because I need to create an evidentiary record in the state in which I am seeking a citing authority. So I need an evidentiary record, and so I'm asking you to do that. Is that within the rules of PJM?
They can certainly ask. The circumstances that I was just describing earlier, if AEP were to ask us to only run that one bit of the analysis, we would push back and suggest that that would be inappropriate and that we would need to do the complete body of work. That's not to say that at some point my boss would tell me just to run it anyway, but as we would for the board believe that certain body of analysis is required, I believe the same body of analysis is required to present a complete picture to Maryland or Pennsylvania. I would have pushed back if AEP had asked us to run only that one piece of the analysis.
Okay. And just to be clear, they did not ask you to run that
No.
piece of analysis. Okay. And if AEP were to ask, would they pay for it? Would it be just within the PJM rules that, if eventually you said, okay, we'll do it, that is there a fee schedule for that kind of study or request that's kind of outside of your standard process?
Now, all analyses to support the regulatory processes for lines such as this are viewed as a part of the RTEP process and are therefore just part of the PJM budget.
Okay. So, in Mr. Smith's reply settlement testimony, I think you probably have that over there with you. You got
Yes, I'm
that
sorry.
map there, right? And that map shows
What page
The-
are we on?
page 7.
I'm sorry, I have his reply settlement.
Settlement reply testimony, Mr. Smith, page
Oh,
7.
that's an attachment. Hold on. Yes, I have it.
Okay. So that shows, I believe, that the two pink polka-dotted lines are the IEC projects, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's also a little blue line and a little green line are 5E and HL. So those are really all pretty much in the same vicinity. They're pretty close together. So can you explain to me why it's not appropriate or why it's not a fair question for at least this commission's review? Why OPC's question and study isn't appropriate? I mean, and I understand that you have processes for the way you present things, but I'm talking about for our purposes. Why isn't it appropriate for the Maryland Commission's purposes to have that kind of study run?
Again, the concern that I would have with simply presenting that one result in isolation is that if the result were that the benefit to cost ratio were less than 1.25, and that were viewed as a suggestion that 9A should be removed, that can only be evaluated in the context of at least reevaluating whether 5E and Hunterstown Lincoln would remain effective solutions to the congestion for which they were identified. Remember, 5E was identified to build on the circumstances created by 9A, and Hunterstown Lincoln yet again. So at a minimum, we would have to look at the consequence of removing all three projects. And that is exactly what we did for our board, which is to say, without doing it stepwise, if you take out all three projects, this is what the congestion looks like, and the benefit to cost ratio, if I remember correctly, was on the order of 2.3. But that was viewing them as a package, not 1, 2, and 3.
Right. Okay. So, on page 5 of your reply settlement testimony,
Yes.
okay, lines 10 through 13, you're using it as an example that the PJM board approved another market efficiency project for congestion that exists even if 9A was constructed. Does it matter that in the 2016-2017 the market efficiency open window that would have been the original 9A and not the reconfigured 9A?
Well, yes, you're right. 5E was identified based on congestion that existed with the original 9A in the model, and was viewed as the most cost-effective solution, assuming that the original 9A was built. Obviously, we don't know if we had the alternative in place, would the congestion have looked exactly the same? Obviously not. Would it have looked reasonably similar? We think so. We don't know whether 5E would still have been the most cost-effective solution, but it's just not. We haven't tried to evaluate whether that would have been the case or what other projects might have been proposed had the alternative 9A been in the case rather than the original 9A.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hurley.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Hurley.
Morning.
It's not often we have someone of your stature before us on the stand here at the commission, and we've had the luxury of having you here twice in 8 months, so thank you for being here.
It's always a pleasure.
I'm going to ask you a series of questions at a higher level. As you know, I'm not an attorney, although I did play one in the legislature for a couple decades.
All right.
I am going to ask you some policy questions, because that is closer to my wheelhouse. And,
Sure.
Let's set the stage. How long have you been involved in transmission planning?
More or less over 40 years. I worked in operations for a number of years, so perhaps 35 years of planning.
Great wealth of knowledge and experience. Former vice president of transmission planning for PJM and now an executive consultant, correct?
Correct.
So I know that there are open proceedings that you can't speak about at FERC with PJM, but I'm going to ask you generally, based on your experience. I want to know your opinion, and I want to try to tease out a couple things. there's been issued on December 19th a MOPR order from FERC, and I don't want you to speak about the proceedings there.
Okay.
We're a party. We have filings there as well. But generally, what might a MOPR type decision, if fully implemented as we think FERC intends it to be implemented, what might that do to transmission planning in PJM?
The most immediate impact would be on the generation mix moving forward. Certain types of resources would potentially receive more favorable price signals, and certain types of resources would receive less favorable resources. So the types of resources that we would see on the grid moving forward would change to some degree. Obviously, we plan transmission for every new resource as it comes along. Some generators are connected to the grid with little or no upgrades required. Some require substantial upgrades. So years ago, when we had 6 or 7 large combined cycle natural gas plants being planned in New Jersey, we were identifying substantial amounts of transmission that would be needed to accommodate the deliverability of those resources. Now, as things normally work, a few of those projects proceeded, and the rest all were canceled because they were not competitive either in the energy or capacity markets or as a result of the required transmission. As we move forward, the kinds of generation that are built or conversely retired will impact the likelihood of criteria violations, reliability criteria violations, or the likelihood of congestion. So, and we'll speak completely hypothetically so we don't get into trouble, but if the MOPR were to result in a large amount of offshore wind to be built as a result of some program of subsidies, we know that that would flow from east to west and toward load centers, so that would exacerbate the congestion and the reliability issues that we're talking about in this proceeding. Depending upon the resources that are built, some other resources will be driven out of the market. So you'll see retirements. If we were to see yet more coal retirements, depending upon where they are, coal to the south of this interface would make the problems worse. Coal to the north, if it were to retire, would perhaps unwind some of that congestion. So it really depends on the change in the generation fleet, and that will then drive our planning assumptions.
So whether it's the MOPR or state policy,
Sure.
I think we have a bill, or will have a bill, that there are some legislators who currently want to take our coal fleet and retire them legislatively. So if a Morgantown were to be shut down, that's to the south of here, obviously on the Potomac, it would have a dramatic impact on the congestion problem.
Yeah, Brandon Shores, any of the coal in Maryland, realistically, will exacerbate the flows on these facilities, increase the congestion, increase the likelihood of a reliability criteria violation.
I see. So the caucuses happened yesterday in Iowa. We still don't know the results, but the political season is here. Some of the candidates for national office have indicated they want to ban fracking nationally. What impact would a large increase in the cost of energy, natural gas, which is very low and driving a lot of this generation right now, what impact would that laid upon a MOPR type of order do to your planning processes at PJM? Can you shed some light on that for me?
Again, the impact will be on the generation fleet. That will drive the impact on the transmission planning process. So obviously, over the last 10 years or so, we've had a lot of new combined cycle natural gas built in PJM. A big piece of that was a function of shale gas and various of the shale gas fields in Pennsylvania and other states. That would potentially reduce the viability or the competitiveness of new natural gas, so you might see less build. We've got natural gas projects in Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, other states. So it's certainly possible that would reduce the competitiveness of those kinds of projects and therefore the likelihood of their being built. It's also possible that it would drive some existing units out of the market, but it's really a function of what they would be replaced by. There is no coal in our interconnection queue anymore. There hasn't been for quite some time. There is no nuclear in our interconnection queue, other than perhaps upgrades to some of the existing nuclear plants in PJM. So if there were to be a cessation of natural gas build and perhaps a further retirement of generation, right now the only other alternatives are wind and solar. So that the challenge with wind and solar is where can you put them? We know that the wind profiles in PJM are not very good, except in Illinois, to a degree, Indiana, and off the Atlantic coast. Terrestrial wind in the rest of our states, the capacity factors are very low, especially during the summertime. You're probably talking maybe 10%. Solar is more reliable in the summertime. So I don't know where the best places for solar are in Maryland. Obviously, the Delmarva Peninsula, you have a lot of farmland. You could easily see, we've seen a lot of solar farms being built in North Carolina, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, using open, rural farmland area. So that could be built in a lot of different places, as well as things like rooftop solar. But it's hard to say, other than the fact that your comment about the price would certainly be correct. The price of energy would go up
dramatically, and our ratepayers would be paying very, very high prices for energy, for electricity,
Yeah.
and other things.
And that all by itself would enhance the financial picture for things like offshore wind. That's probably the biggest untapped resource in PJM. Let's face it, we have no offshore wind in PJM. There's one small project off of Rhode Island, but that's obviously not PJM.
Sure. Well, for anybody who thinks that that's not likely to happen, 4 nations that I'm aware of, Ireland, France, Germany, and Bulgaria, have outlawed fracking. Maryland was the first state to ban fracking, and New York has also, as has Washington, and Vermont, and conservative states like Georgia and Florida have attempted the bans. They haven't passed, but if you're retiring your coal fleet prematurely because of pricing, and your nuclear is under pressure because of pricing, I mean, my hometown, where 3 Mile Island is, it's gone, it's done, it's not coming back. And then you have a national ban on fracking, and the cost of gas goes through the roof. Policymakers better think about the impact, not just on transmission, but on this nation's economy. But thank you, Mr. Hurling. That's very helpful to solidify my thoughts in that area. Appreciate
Certainly.
it.
Commissioner Richard.
Morning, Mr. Hurling. Thank
Morning.
you very much for being here. It's good to see you again. Probably similar questions than you've heard, and since you've had the benefit of being here all yesterday, you kind of know some of the themes that I'm interested in, and part of it goes back to just listening to the settlement parties, and while fortunately everyone's very happy with the new alignment, it seems like thematically what would come up time again is if if the project is needed, then we should proceed. So that's why I'm interested in just really digging down into what, PJM their analysis, and if based on current circumstances, looking at the future market, if PJM still, believes that, it's prudent to move forward. And I noted in your testimony you talk about this being a very forward-looking process, is on page 3 of your reply, and it's to reflect changes in power flows, and that each year PJM updates the base cases to again make sure that the planning assumptions. Now I've taken some lines here. If I've taken several lines and incorrectly characterized them, please let me know. But I'm just interested to know, in this planning process, when you basically identify a problem, and then you seek, if I understand, to get project proposals, and then you select among the project proposals. Is that correct? To ascertain the best proposal that will address either the reliability or a market efficiency solution.
No, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, so when you do that, you're at this point. I think you've said in your testimony and just in comments that you can't order new generation, and of course PJM is not in the business of looking at how ordering demand response programs or energy efficiency. Pretty much all your solutions, am I correct, are transmission.
Correct. We factor in activity in our various markets. Obviously, we provide a lot of information through our operations, our markets divisions, as well as our planning process to market participants, and they can use that information to develop generating facilities or demand response programs. It can certainly influence customer behaviors with respect to things like energy efficiency. And those are areas where we have done a lot of work in the last handful of years to actually forecast expectation of customer behaviors around energy efficiency, around things like rooftop solar, which are a retail phenomenon but have a big impact on the wholesale markets.
Okay, but so in your planning process, once a recommendation is made to address reliability or market efficiency, is there any kind of coordination with the utilities or with states, or to basically say this problem exists? I guess there are 3 ways you can take care of it: either don't use as much, generate more, or a transmission line. Is that correct? And so, if that's correct, is there any kind of coordination that takes place between the states that may be trying to achieve a certain end and your process of recommending a transmission line?
Yeah, we have a lot of communication. Coordination is kind of a tricky word because we can't try to influence parties or give them essentially a competitive advantage in terms of how a transmission owner might pursue certain retail programs, for example. But we have a lot of information that's provided. We meet with the states often to give them a heads up as to the kinds of issues that are looming on the horizon from a transmission perspective. So hopefully the information that we're providing helps people make decisions, including states, as to market activity or regulatory programs. But communication is probably a better word than coordination.
Okay. And have there been any circumstances when PJM, and I note that in this case you said 9A was developed, basically you said 14, 15, 16, I think in your testimony you said it was more around 16, but where a project is, I guess, approved by the board, but then circumstances change, or as the information became available, other solutions other than transmission have been proposed or even mandated by like a state legislature.
Sure. and you know, I don't want to raise anyone's blood pressure, but we've had a couple of projects in the past that were approved based on an expectation of long-term load growth. These were big 500 kV, 765 kV projects. The reliability needs were significant when they were first identified and approved by our board. Whether the activity of various generation providers or demand response providers was a reaction to the approval of that project or just other market signals, there was a significant change over the following years in terms of generation development in the East. I mentioned before the natural gas generation build out in New Jersey. There was a significant increase in demand response that was clearly a reaction to our market structures around demand response. There was a general reduction in the forecast of load growth. In retrospect, that was based on the onset of a lot of efficiency behaviors. So both of the projects that I'm referring to were first deferred because every year, you made the point, every year we update our models and we look at the circumstances, and the reliability drivers for both of those projects were still there, but they were just out in time 1 year. So the board chose to defer both projects. The next year, one of them was bumped, I think, 2 years, and the other one, I think, was suspended. The following year, they were both suspended. Eventually, they were both canceled. It was entirely a function of the response of the market to any number of signals. I'm not saying that they were responding to our approval of the line, but they were responding to a host of signals, and as a result, they were factored into our reanalysis of those projects. And the projects, you know, again, the needs were deferred and then eliminated, and the projects were canceled. You know, the difference here, obviously, is we've been reevaluating this project since 2016, when it was first approved, and the needs have gone down a little bit and gone up a little bit, but they're still above our thresholds.
Okay, so I think, yeah, you're getting right to the question I'm trying to, or the answer I'm trying to get is understanding, you know, how responsive PJM is to the changing circumstances. So even in the last year, I mean, legislatures in New Jersey, well, not so much legislature, but legislature in Maryland, significant change in Virginia, and even since late last year, you know, Governor Northam has Order 43, Executive Order 43, which really sets out on you know, a goal requirement of 2,000 offshore megawatts in offshore wind, hundreds of megawatts in wind. Have circumstances changed? I mean, does PGM have any concerns that maybe if you were to do, you know, analysis in whenever it's going to happen next year, that perhaps this ratio, the 1.66, could begin to erode if these state policies start taking effect, and in the time frame that is being suggested between by 2030?
Yeah, that's always a concern. You know, obviously the challenge with public policy, especially state public policy, is we have a lot of state jurisdictions. So the vision in New Jersey to significantly increase the amount of offshore wind, balanced against the possibility of retiring 4,300 megawatts of coal in Maryland, versus adding offshore wind off of Norfolk, Virginia. You know, we have to be observant of all of those policies and understanding of the potential impact of those policies. Unfortunately, we are in somewhat of a wait and see mode, because policies evolve over time, and we don't want to knee jerk one state's policy as opposed to another. So our approach has been every year to update based on what we know and keep an eye on what we're not sure yet is going to happen, and that's why we reevaluate these projects every year.
Okay. Yeah, one reason I just keep bringing up Virginia, well, obviously you're not in Virginia right now, but if I'm looking at the allocation, it appears that a significant share, if not half, of the benefit of this particular project we're talking about, 9A, accrues to Virginia. Is that correct?
I don't remember the numbers, but it was a large amount, yes.
Right. So if there's a significant change in Virginia, then there could be a sizable material change to that ratio that we're talking about. Is that a correct assumption on my part, or am I overthinking it, or what would you?
The challenge with cost allocation is, like, and I'm not hiding behind our tariff and operating agreement, but the cost allocation rules are developed and filed by the transmission owners collectively, not individually, but collectively. PJM has no authority to change the allocation for an individual project or for groups of projects. Cost allocation for market efficiency projects are once and done. They're developed when the project is approved, filed at FERC, and they are not changed. There are very limited circumstances where PJM can file a modification to the cost allocation, and this is the discussion that we've been having internally at PJM, which led to a very late modification to one of our discovery responses between our executive team and our legal team. The circumstances that allow PJM to change the cost allocation are when a modification is driven out of PJM's analysis of needs and a PJM directed change to a project. That would not be the case here. Any change to the project, if a change is made, would be regulatory driven and therefore not allowing of PJM to file a changed cost allocation.
Okay, thank you. I don't think, yeah, and I appreciate that answer. What I was trying to understand more is that and I think on table 2, and then this is OPC's chart, but table 2 it says net load payment benefits by zone. So I was actually more interested in who, what zones are benefiting. I'm not so concerned at this point in this questioning about the allocation, but
Okay, I'm sorry.
If something significant changes in Virginia and they have the largest benefit, and suddenly they're not benefiting as great because they suddenly have all these other resources, does that have a significant change on the cost benefit?
The perceived benefits year to year can certainly change based on any number of factors, including the change in the generation fleet.
Okay. And then just interested in some of the answers, the question that Commissioner Herman had about the reliability concerns for this project. Do reliability, does that violations, does that change at all with market conditions? I mean, when you do your annual analysis and there is suddenly a significant change in demand, the requirement for flows, could that suddenly relieve a violation for reliability purposes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The two projects I was discussing earlier, a big piece of the reduction in need and ultimate cancellation of those projects was a reduction in customer demand. Some of that was a function of the recession, some of that was a function of efficiency behaviors, but that's absolutely a factor in the need. So, as demand decreases through any number of programs in Baltimore, Washington, Northern Virginia, that would tend to reduce the congestion and the reliability impacts. Obviously, that could be countered by a change in the generation fleet.
Okay.
So this is why we
Got to balance everything.
tend to update the models with all of those assumptions updated at the same time so that we can look at the aggregate impact.
Okay, so basically state policies could also have an impact on, relieving reliability
Absolutely.
issues. You were also in, I think, the questioning between you or from Commissioner Herman, you said at this point you don't have another project in mind. You've identified that this is definitely a reliability issue, but there's no project you have in mind. And then I guess the question I have, in your testimony, there's a little bit of a chilling statement there, though. If you were to look at another project, it would be probably a greenfield. So obviously that would take us right back to where we started in this whole
Yes.
settlement.
And some years ago,
So you do have something in mind, in other words.
we have a pretty good idea what would be needed. Over the years, with the generation build, first of all, years ago in the west, we had observed problems on this same corridor. Most recently with the build out of natural gas, and I mentioned the 6 or 7 projects in New Jersey, we actually saw the same overloads southwestward on Peach Bottom Conestone. And at the time, we identified the need for a parallel circuit to manage those overloads. So while we haven't done new analyses to have kind of a plan B on the shelf, some years ago we did look at limits on the same circuit. And at the time, we identified the need for a parallel circuit, parallel 500 kV circuit.
Okay, so you think it possibly, if we were just looking at this as just a reliability, solution, it's not definitely only a greenfield project. Is that what you're saying now, or it's more likely to be? I think the word you
It's
used,
likely.
to be a greenfield. Okay.
That's what I would expect based on my experience and based on the studies we did years ago. But that it certainly could change, and that's why we would have to work with stakeholders, whether we did it through immediate need with stakeholders or we did it through a competitive solicitation. We would have to see what solutions present themselves.
Okay. And finally, to a question that Commissioner Herman, and it really, she asked most of the question I had about the whole, I guess, the OPC request for the study with the various lines. Did Transource ever request or come to PGM and have that discussion that this is what Maryland People's Council would like? And did you know if that conversation ever happened, request, and PGM said no, you shouldn't do this, or what?
We discussed the request.
Okay.
The answer I gave before was that I don't recall Transource ever asking us to run the individual case that was requested through the discovery request. We certainly discussed the request when it was presented to us, and I voiced all of the same concerns that we have discussed here today.
Okay. So no advice. Well, we could just do this, and since the burden of proof is on the company, and this seems to be a question. Was there any kind of conversation like that, or did you say, "Wow, this is going to be a heavy lift," and
It was more an issue of number one, the amount of time it would take to do all of the steps that I outlined, and the uncertainty that would create. Because if you go all the way through the list of analyses that I outlined to our suggesting hypothetical transmission solutions, that gives you a vision of the long-term impact or the total impact of the suggestion of removing 9A based on the benefit to cost ratio, but it can't be viewed as the only answer, because if I were to tell you that I expect that it would require a parallel 500 kV line, that's obviously one answer, and we could figure out what that would cost, but it's dangerous to assume that that's the only answer, just as it's dangerous to assume that you could simply remove 9A and then wait and see what happens.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your answers.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Hurlin. I think we're still in.
Good morning.
Yeah, still almost. Thanks for coming back. I mean, that doesn't always happen. I wanted to talk a little bit with you about PJM's role in both the approval of the alternative 9A option and the overall settlement document itself. First, you testified earlier today, I believe, that you were at the board meeting in November of last year. That's correct?
There were
There were two board
two
meetings.
board meetings. I
Right.
think they would have been October and December.
October and December. Okay, I think. All right. Well, October. Was that was the meeting then?
The meeting in November was the TAC, and that I know I was at. The board meetings in October and December I was also at.
Okay, good. Could you, in the documents we've been receiving here, the settlement document and the white paper and in various testimony, this has been referred to as a market enhancement project, but it alternatively has been also referenced as a reliability project. Now, when it was first proposed or through the TAC process years ago, it was a market enhancement project. So, but now we know that just from your testimony today that reliability issues have started to appear, and PGM has identified those. So when it was presented to the board, and the settlement was presented to the board, what posture was it presented as? A market enhancement project or a reliability project?
When the alternative was presented, it was presented as a modification to a previously approved market efficiency project, but we made very clear to the board the newly observed reliability criteria violations that would exist, especially with respect to the fact that the alternative was successfully mitigating those reliability criteria violations. So while we don't change the formal designation of the project, the board is fully aware of both impacts. The reason that we don't change the designation is the designation drives the manner of cost allocation. And once filed, as I said a moment ago, we have no authority to change that cost allocation. So once filed at FERC, that project will remain forever a market efficiency project, even though it's providing significant reliability benefits.
Okay, so that actually starts to lead into my next question. The market efficiency project approach, at least we heard at the testimony in our last hearing, is fairly new within PJM. Am I recalling that accurately?
It's newer than the reliability analyses, but it's been around for some number of years. Mm-hmm. It's only in the last 6 or 8 years that we have been approving more market efficiency projects. For years, there was a significant amount of build related to reliability. The reliability projects were solving reliability criteria violations and simultaneously reducing significant congestion on the grid. So when we would run the market efficiency analysis, we wouldn't find significant congestion left that could be easily mitigated. So in this case, we're looking at a market efficiency project that brings reliability benefits. Back in 2007, we were approving reliability projects that coincidentally brought significant market efficiency benefits. But they were designated as reliability because that was the initial need was a reliability need. So we're kind of in the inverse situation here, where we identified a solution in 2016. We have subsequently realized that it also provides significant reliability benefits, but it remains a market efficiency project.
So as part of the board's consideration of a particular project, do they treat a market efficiency project in a different manner than a reliability project? Are the standards different? Are the modification request process different? Or is it considered the same regardless of the type?
The standards of approval are very similar, but based on different tests. Mm-hmm. The standards with respect to modification, I would say, are the same. That if the need is changing, we have to evaluate whether a project is retained in the RTEP. That's the same for reliability and market efficiency, just based on different tests. if a modification were to come out of a state regulatory process, and we've had this a number of times with reliability, the test is, does the project still solve the problems that exist on the grid? We've had that many, many times with reliability projects. This is, I believe, is the first time we've had it with a market efficiency project.
Okay, so I'll take you to page 5 of your settlement testimony. I'm looking at see, this is line well, it's starting at line 4 down through line 16, where you talk about modifications of transmission projects, and on line 11, you reference the non-exhaustive list of typical situations under which, and the rest of the language there is as it is. Now, as you stated from a few moments ago, modifications can happen if a state agency or commission requests them, but we haven't done that yet. So when the settlement was presented to the board, what topics were listed as justifications for the approval of the settlement, and are those some of the items that are on this non-exhaustive list?
Initially, our reaction was that the project would not be presented to the board until a decision were made by Maryland and Pennsylvania. We had a lot of discussion about the possibility that that would raise concerns that the states would be uncomfortable making a decision, thinking that PJM might then essentially override, for example, a state approval and say, well, we're not accepting that change. So we came to the decision that it would be better to get a conditional approval in order to facilitate the state processes, obviously not suggesting that the states have to take the board's conditional approval as anything other than their affirmation that the project will meet the needs of the PJM planning process if the states of Maryland and Pennsylvania choose to go that direction. So this was more just to support the state siting process if the states chose to go that direction.
Okay. I guess in addition to that, do you have a copy of the applicant Exhibit 40? It's a copy of the settlement.
I believe that was in
It was in the original.
testimony.
Yeah, it's. I could reference the section I'm talking about. I'm on page 2 of the settlement. I'm looking at the last, well, the third and second of the last 3 whereases at the bottom of the page. I'm curious about PJM's role in the development of the settlement. PJM's not a signatory.
We are not.
But
and we did not participate in the development of the settlement other than to do the analysis to validate the fact that the project would work, that it would solve the reliability issues, that it would still resolve market efficiency consistent with our requirements. Essentially, that we wouldn't try to veto, and I would put that in air quotes, we wouldn't try to veto the project after the states were to make a decision. So we were doing the analysis in support of the settlement process, but we did not otherwise participate in the development of the settlement.
so is that normal process or normal practice I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. And I'll just read the sentence that's here. It says, whereas PJM determined that an alternative configuration of the IEC East portion that was developed by PPRP with certain reliability modifications added by Transource and PJM. So I'm curious as to the nature of the type of reliability modifications that PJM added to the settlement.
Basically, when PPRP first proposed their 4 settlement alternatives, we ran the analyses. 3 of them failed the reliability screens significantly enough that we did not pursue any modification to those proposals. The third alternative was pretty close, and we felt that we could readily modify that by adding a transformer. Once we were satisfied that that change would satisfy reliability criteria, we then ran the market efficiency analyses. So our role was purely in the analytical development of the solution based on the proposals made by PPRP. And again, you started to ask if this was kind of a normal process for us. I don't know how many settlements we've had. There've been I don't remember how many we have had, but we would not have participated in the development of the settlement other than, as we have in this case, to ensure that the solution is still a valid solution. The only example I can think of was years ago. There was a piece of 500 kV line in southwestern Pennsylvania where the state required the transmission owner to look at lower voltage solutions. We participated in the state-run stakeholder meetings mainly because the analytical requirements were so significant that we had to have a person in the room to ensure that we could get the work done in a timely fashion. But other than that, we did not participate in the development of the terms of the settlement.
Okay. All right. I just had one last question, and it was more of a request, and I guess it could be an on-the-record data request for. This is this the white paper? I believe it's your Exhibit 2 from your settlement testimony. There seems to be it's on page 9 of that settlement testimony. There's it says I'll just read it. It says error ! Reference
that's a
source
link.
not found. That's a link. Okay,
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
Is it-
sorry. That when you view those on our website,
Right.
there'd be a hot link there so you can jump to another document. And obviously, I noticed that when I was reviewing it the other night. It just doesn't print for some reason.
Okay. Is that a document that because that statement starts to reference the PJM was asked to analyze alternative project 9A, and then we get the hot link, and it shifts to something else. I didn't know if that was something that is because you cite to these sections as areas where
Yeah, which
the
page
discussion.
is
It's on page 9 of yours.
that? White paper?
Attachment. I guess it would be attachment 2.
Error reference.
Page 9, or
Confidential.
I'm not finding it right this moment, but we can certainly chase that down for you. It's I've seen that happen before, and I unfortunately didn't. Oh, there it is. I didn't notice it until literally the night before last.
okay. Yeah, it says at the bottom. It's right at
That's probably a reference to one of our manuals
To a
because
manual,
it
okay.
leads into the next sentence, which it's saying that whatever that is summarizes the body of analyses.
So it's not a separate analysis specifically for 9A. It's something more generic, or
Oh, actually, no. Hold on.
Can you find it there?
well, I mean, whatever it is.
We'll
I just
have to
wanted to
we'll have to get that for you.
see a copy of it. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do the parties have questions based on particular questions of the commissioners? Mr. Alexander?
The first thing, just briefly, is to Commissioner Linton's questions.
Mr. Alexander, that mic keeps getting further away and higher up, so can you pull it down?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hurling, you just mentioned in the last part of your testimony that PJM was involved in settlement discussions on a part of a sort of, I'm trying to remember the thing, but
I don't believe he said he was a part of the settlement discussions. Is that right, Mr. Hurling?
That's correct. We attended the meetings in order to ensure that we were able to run the reliability analyses required.
okay, I didn't mean to misconstrue, but we're talking about the offshoot of the trail line, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you were a witness in that case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that, based on the Office of Consumer Advocates um, um, arguments, that the the hearing examiners or the ALJs in that things basically said that they they ordered people, they ordered the parties to go into settlement. Isn't that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. At the same time that the trail line, and the trail line was owned by Allegheny Power, correct?
It was built by Allegheny Power. They are now part of First Energy.
Energy, thank you. At the same time, roughly, PJM had all in the RTEP was the path, the proposed path transmission line, and the proposed MAP, Mid-Atlantic Power Pathway line, correct?
They came a little bit
Objection.
later, but yes.
Sustained.
Okay. This is with regard to questions asked by primarily Commissioner O'Donnell, but I have to say it's also from Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Richards. You mentioned, or you responded in a question that, and if I have this wrong, please correct me, that increases in, say, generation from wind power could make congestion worse. Is that right? Or did I misstate?
I was speaking to offshore wind. Yes.
Okay, so you're aware that there is a offshore wind project that is close to being realized outside of Ocean City, Maryland, correct?
I'm aware that there's a project in the queue. I'm not sure how close to being realized it is, but that one would, in fact, contribute to the flows on the Peach Bottom Conestone line that are the subject of the reliability criteria violations I've been discussing.
Okay, would in that same kind of thought, would distributed resources, would that tend to lessen congestion problems?
Depends on where they are. If Maryland were to develop distributed energy resources on the peninsula, that would exacerbate the problem. If it develops distributed energy resources on, I'll call it the mainland part of Maryland, it would reduce the flows.
Okay. The next thing is that a lot of your answers, particularly to Commissioner O'Donnell, were talking about the increases in congestion that you believe were likely to occur due to the state mandates about reducing reliance on non-renewable resources, correct?
I talked about a variety of state policies, and I think I said some of them would exacerbate the congestion situation and some would reduce it.
Okay, so why has you'd agree that after 2014, congestion on the AP South interface, as statistics in the Market Monitors reports, dropped from about 480 million precipitously down in 2015, and they have never gone up again through 2019.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? I'm sorry. That,
It's clearly outside the scope of...
Mr. Alexander, there was no discussion of that by these commissioners. I didn't hear any of that.
well, if I can respond just for a second, and I know you'll do it, but I'll get it in, is that I don't see why testimony talking about, in response to Commissioner O'Donnell's and Commissioner Herman's discussion about the increase in congestion, that some questions afterwards about decreases in congestion would not be fairly responsive to that
It's
testimony.
outside of the scope of the examination by the commissioners.
Okay.
And I did not hear any questions by the commissioners regarding the AP South interface. What's your next question?
Oh, okay. It came out, you heard in testimony, and I think it may have been your testimony, that according to the market monitor, congestion has decreased by 65%.
Objection.
That's,
Sustained. I don't recall Mr. Hurling making that statement. Mr. Hurling, did you make that statement?
I believe yesterday I was asked by Mr. Alexander whether I agreed with the statement that he referred to with Mr. Horger in his testimony.
That is correct, and I agree that I recall that you said that you agree generally.
Yes.
Okay.
I only have one more question,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Mr. Alexander, I wanted to review your last question. Okay, well, ask your question.
Okay. Does PJM have they considered any thoughts or any ideas about why congestion has generally decreased so much in the area that 9A is designated? Is thought that it would relieve?
Objection. Outside the scope, as well as a mischaracterization of Mr. Hurling's testimony. Outside the scope of the testimony, the questions from the commission. I apologize.
Mr. Alexander, you'll have an opportunity to rephrase.
Okay. Can I have a second? Actually, can I have 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
I may just go with this. Because I think we've got, I could. I think this
Your
is
Honor, I'm giving up. Sorry. I'm
I'll keep it.
giving up the question. I'm not going to restate it, and that will end my questions after the commissioners have asked.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Any additional questions? Ms.
Just one
Kerman.
follow-up, Your Honor, and it's in response to questions from Commissioner Herman, and I think a little bit associated with some Q&A from Commissioner Richard as well. There was a question from Commissioner Herman in connection with the potential for an AEP requested special study of the requested analysis of OPC. Do you recall that colloquy with Commissioner Herman?
Yes.
Let me first start. Did Transource at any time ever instruct PJM not to engage in that analysis?
No.
Okay. And you also had, in connection with that study, would it be dissimilar to the study that Transource and PPRP requested PJM to conduct relative to the conceptual alternatives 1 through 4?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, because I think it is beyond the scope, but also it's been thoroughly discussed through this hearing, including by Mr. Hurling already yesterday.
Overruled. These were questions that were asked directly of the witness by the commissioners, so you may answer the question if you can.
The analyses that we did with respect to the PPRP alternatives were to support the Commission's ability to evaluate alternatives to at least a portion of the proposed Project 9A. The request made through OPC appears to suggest that 5E and Hunterstown Lincoln would meet the needs absent 9A being constructed. We already know that not to be true, so we did not view it in the same manner as the proposals that were made by PPRP. At least one of the 4 proposals made by PPRP was clearly close to a viable solution. we know that that's not the case here, and that's why we, PJM, argued against doing the analysis in the time frame that we had.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions we have.
Any additional? None. At this time, we will take a lunch recess until 1 p.m. Mr. Cran, any further witnesses on behalf of your client?
That's all the Transource witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. In that case, Mr. Alexander, we will have your witness in the box at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Mr. Alexander, how many witnesses do you have?
One, Your Honor.
Please call your witness.
Your Honor, I call Douglas Smith to the stand.
Push. And please remain standing.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
You're a witness.
Mr. Smith, would you kindly state your full name for the record?
Douglas A. Smith,
And would you please state the name of your business and its address and location?
Daymark Energy Advisors, 370 Main Street, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Would you please state the position that you hold in the business?
I'm a managing consultant.
Okay. And you have previously testified in these proceedings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, do you have before you a copy of a document entitled Testimony of Douglas A. Smith in opposition to the proposed settlement agreement and stipulation filed on October 17, 2019?
Yes.
I just noticed there's another date on the front page, but other than that error, this testimony was actually pre-filed in this proceeding on December 16, 2019, correct?
I don't know whether it was the 16th or the 17th, but it
Oh.
was pre-filed.
Okay. And this testimony included 20 narrative pages and 7 responses by Transource Maryland or PJM interconnection to data requests, including attachments propounded by either OPC or staff.
There is a list of attachments, and the attachments are also in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I would like to have Mr. Smith's initial settlement testimony marked for identification as OPC
38.
38, Your Honor.
So marked.
Mr. Smith, do you also have before you a copy of a document entitled Reply Testimony of Douglas A. Smith in opposition to the proposed settlement agreement and stipulation that was pre-filed in this proceeding on January 21, 2020?
Yes.
And does it include 11 pages of narrative testimony and 7 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to have this reply testimony of Douglas A. Smith in opposition to the proposed settlement agreement and stipulation marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 39.
So marked.
Mr. Smith, were all of these documents before you prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimony at this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
For these reasons, do you adopt these initial and reply testimonies respectively as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that OPC Exhibit numbers 38 and 39 be admitted into evidence.
Seeing no objection, OPC Exhibits 38 and 39 are moved into evidence.
And Your Honor, the witness is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Who will be crossing for the applicant?
Mr. Curran.
Mr. Curran, please proceed.
Mr. Smith, good to see you again. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good.
We recently spoke during your telephone deposition earlier in January. Is that right?
That's correct.
I believe there is a copy of your deposition transcript that should be on the desk up there. I hope it is.
It appears to be so.
I'm not sure that we'll need to refer to any pages, but in case we do, I just wanted to make sure you had that. But during your recent deposition, you had mentioned that since your testimony in June, there hasn't been any material changes to your CV or resume. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as we stated before, you are not an electrical engineer, are you, sir?
That is correct.
And you're not a transmission planner?
I am not.
Okay. And when you testified back in June, I believe you indicated this was the first time that you had testified regarding PJM's process in selecting a transmission upgrade. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, thank you. Turning to your expertise in which you're being called for today, you mentioned that you are an expert in production cost modeling, sir?
Yes, I did.
And I believe you also mentioned market simulations,
That sounds correct.
market valuation,
Yes.
and non-transmission alternative work.
That's without double checking the exact words. That sounds correct. Yes.
Is that was the scope of what you have been called for to testify in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to focus on your expertise in production cost modeling, sir. We had some discussion in your deposition regarding ProMod. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And ProMod is a production cost modeling software tool. Is that a fair characterization?
I would say that's a fair characterization.
And I believe you described it as an industry standard tool.
Absolutely, yes.
And there are competing software tools, are there not, for production cost modeling?
Yes, there are.
And for the commission's edification, production cost modeling, that allows whether a transmission planner or someone to model the impact of a transmission upgrade on the transmission system relative to congestion.
That's certainly one of the things you can do with production cost modeling, yes.
And I believe you testified that you've personally overseen the use of ProMod modeling in other assignments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And specifically, I think you mentioned that you've overseen ProMod modeling in connection with an assignment for SPP.
Correct.
And what's that stand for? I forget.
Southwest Power Pool.
Okay. I don't know if that's an RTO or an ISO.
It's it's actually several of those, but it is a RTO that oversees the operation of markets in the southwest portion of the Eastern Interconnect.
All right. In connection with your prior assignment with SPP, you utilized ProMod, or you oversaw the utilization of ProMod modeling. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And both you and Daymark I think you testified that you're fully capable of running production cost modeling analysis in connection with proposed transmission upgrades. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, I think you testified in your deposition that you and Daymark are capable of running the analysis that you have asked PJM to run.
Assuming access to all of the data and depending on what tool it would be run on, but yes, we are, as a firm, we are capable of running that analysis.
That's one of your capabilities.
Correct.
Right. And in formulating your testimony and your opinions in this case, you did not perform any modeling, did you, sir?
That is correct. I did not.
So you're not presenting any modeling to the commission regarding the impact of Project 9A or the alternative Project 9A on PJM's transmission system?
I am not.
And you don't contend, do you, sir, that either 9A or the alternative 9A won't produce the congestion relief that PJM has forecasted for it?
That's correct. I do not contend that, and it will produce, if built, it will produce some measure of congestion relief, and that the range of potential relief is broad.
And as a part of your assignment, you've done no modeling to determine whether or not 9A or the reconfigured 9A won't produce the corrections to the reliability violations that PJM forecasts for the PJM system, do you?
That's correct. I have not produced any models, and I don't I don't make any contention that it will not solve the reliability problems that PJM says it will.
All right, thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to your settlement testimony, sir, the December 16th testimony.
Okay?
And could you turn to page 3, lines 11 through 12?
I'm there.
Yeah, picking up at line 11, you say that the congestion which you discussed remains lower than historic levels and may be effectively mitigated by less expensive transmission upgrades currently under consideration by PJM. Do you see that?
I do.
And when I asked you during your deposition what you were referring to in connection with less expensive transmission upgrades, you referred me to both the BG&E Project 5E and the Hunterstown Lincoln project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when you're referring to less expensive upgrades, you're referring to those two projects. Is that right?
Correct.
First, let me ask you, would you agree that both the Hunterstown Lincoln project and the BG&E Project 5E were developed and approved by the PJM board under the assumption that Project 9A was included in the base case?
I would, yes.
And you have performed no analysis to determine whether or not the Hunterstown Lincoln line or Project 5E would continue to meet PJM's planning needs if 9A was removed from the model.
I have not performed that analysis, correct.
Okay. And I believe you also agreed during your deposition, Mr. Smith, that PJM has projected reliability violations to occur on the 500 kV system serving Maryland if Project 9A or the reconfigured 9A was removed from the base case.
Yes, I believe they were first identified in the summer of 2018, as we heard this morning.
Right. And you have not modeled, sir, whether or not the Hunterstown Lincoln line or 5E will resolve the reliability violations that PJM has identified for the Condestone line, have you?
I have not.
Let me turn your attention, sir, to page 2 of your settlement testimony. This is the December 16th testimony.
I'm there.
I mean, here you testified that, just as you did in June, that congestion in AP South remains substantially lower in 2019 than it did in 2016. Is that correct?
Mr. Kren, are you referring to the first bullet?
I believe I am. I apologize. Looking at my notes and not the testimony. On page 2, the first bullet, congestion remains substantially lower in 19. Do you see that?
I do see that. It doesn't specifically identify AP South, but it...
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I added that, and I apologize. Yeah. On page 6 of your testimony, you provided a graph for the commission, or a figure with a historical congestion on PJM's interface.
Yes.
Okay. And this is your review of the historic congestion on these 4 interfaces or lines?
This is data pulled from the quarterly market monitors state of the market report and compiled into this form for presentation.
Would you agree with me, sir, that PJM's market efficiency process is a forecast of congestion in the PJM region?
Yes.
Okay, and you've performed no analysis of any future congestion projections on any of the interfaces in your historic figure number 1.
That's correct.
And earlier I asked you, sir, in connection with the modeling capabilities of you in Daymark, were you instructed in this matter not to perform any modeling of the of these either 9A or the reconfigured 9A?
The the modeling of any of the modeling that that you've asked me about was outside the scope of our project.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions we have.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Any redirect?
At least 2 questions, but I'm not sure about the rest.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Mr.
Afternoon.
Smith, you were just asked if you were. Is there a reason, I guess, why?
Mr. Alexander, let me interrupt. Was there any additional cross-examination by any of the parties?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Alexander, continue.
You were just asked at the end of Mr. Kern's cross as to whether you performed ProMod modeling, and you said no, and then you were asked why didn't you, and you said it was not within the scope of the job, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. And did OPC direct you to not engage in ProMod modeling? Let me go back for a second. You can't strike this. Is ProMod modeling expensive?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did OPC ask you to consider that in your proposal?
In all of the proposals for the various work that we've undertaken here, budget was a consideration, and what could be done within budget constraints was a key factor in determining what the scope of work could be.
Thank you. And there were a number of questions asked about that you didn't model yourself, that you didn't do a model yourself, or that you didn't use ProMod within your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Did you need to do that modeling or to use ProMod for the purposes of your testimony?
No, I was asked to and have provided testimony reviewing the modeling and other work produced by the company and by PJM, and to offer opinions on the results of those models. For that purpose, I didn't need to do my own modeling.
Your Honor, that's it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We'll start with Commissioner examination, starting from your right to left with Commissioner Linton, if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to go to page 5 and 6 of your direct testimony, where you talk about the project need. We had a couple of witnesses from Transource and PJM that have spoken about the persistent congestion and the need for increased reliability that this project is anticipated to address if it moves forward. In your testimony in your chart here, you were suggesting that the congestion levels on the AP South interface, which is part of this solution, remain low in 2019. And so are you suggesting that well, let me ask a different way. What's your response to PJM's testimony from earlier today?
I think Mr. Hurling probably stated it best near the end when he was asked, is there always going to be congestion in PJM? And he said yes. The existence of congestion is not the same as a defined need. Congestion comes with a cost. I think we all understand that that is true. Congestion is an inefficiency in the market. It represents the inability to get generation, the supply, to the demand in the most efficient manner possible. That is a cost of operating these markets. The need is defined in PJM at least as sufficient, or the presentation of need is the amount of congestion necessary to produce value in excess of 125% of cost. As congestion remains lower, that calls into question whether or not that condition is going to persist. There is congestion. That doesn't automatically mean that there is enough congestion to support a $500 million project and to illustrate the need for a $500 million transmission project. So all I'm trying to say here is that as congestion remains lower, it seems a fair question to ask whether the conditions are going to occur as PJM is forecasting them, or if conditions will remain as they have been in the last few years.
Okay, so we heard earlier testimony today that because of the concerns that have developed over the last couple of years regarding congestion and the need to and reliability that this line is projected to address, that PJM is at a point now where they believe that something needs to be done within the very near future. They didn't say time was of the essence, but we're kind of at the point where they're suggesting that if this project's not approved, that other actions may have to be taken, which could include greenfield types of transmission projects. So if we were to take the advice that you've proposed in your testimony to conduct additional study, and in a sense delay a decision here, even though that's not a rejection of this project, it is a passage of time. So during that period of time, PJM may take some action, we don't know. So in light of those factors, what type of counsel or advice would you give the Commission now as to what type of action we should take in light of the testimony we heard earlier today?
I think those are good questions, and I think those are the right questions to be asking. The first point I would make is that the reason time is of the essence is for an entirely different need than the need of the project as it has been presented in this CPCN and as it has been evaluated. This is a market efficiency project, and as we heard this morning, PJM has no ability to convert that or to treat it differently than as a market efficiency project. It is, I have no reason to doubt PJM when they say that there is a reliability concern, and that if this project does not get built, that there will be a reliability problem that they will have to address, first through operational matters and then through some process that they would follow, either whether it's a FERC Order 1000 competitive solicitation or their immediate needs process for a shorter turnaround. That is a question of reliability and a reliability need. That comes with a different set of analysis, and it comes with a different cost allocation to ratepayers if such a project is approved. In such a case, 9A might be the right project to solve that reliability, or some other project might be the right project to solve that reliability. We don't know because that analysis has never been done, because this is considered a market efficiency project and is going forward on that basis. So my counsel, and I guess the other component here is, my understanding is, of the two states and the two processes that are being followed for the necessary CPCN approvals, Maryland is ahead of Pennsylvania. When I first suggested this, and I first suggested that my client ask for this analysis, it was with the belief that we could provide the commission with more information, a fuller record of what this project is really doing and what are the needs that are driving this project, in a manner that would not slow down the overall set of approvals needed to construct the project if it were to receive all approvals necessary. So I'm not sure if I fully answered your question, but I think that's my counsel, is there's an opportunity for more information. There's an opportunity to better understand whether this really is a market efficiency need or if it really is more of a reliability need, and to have that information available to you before you make a final determination of the in a final order.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. Just
Good to
a
be
couple
here.
Questions. Just first, overall, I just want to understand your view overall of market efficiency projects and the ratio 1.25 ratio. I mean, do you have any concerns overall with the concept of market efficiency projects, and are you saying that we should be as concerned about congestion, or maybe just help me understand what your thresholds are, and then I'll have a question also similar to Commissioner Linton's about the chart.
Fair enough. I think that I'll answer it generally and try to stay away from too many specifics, and then if you have follow-up, I'm happy to try to give you more. It is certainly reasonable to attempt to build infrastructure to make for more efficient markets. And that's what market efficiency projects are designed to do. That's not even just an energy statement, really. Our markets need infrastructure in order to operate efficiently. And as a general matter, more efficient markets are preferable to less efficient markets. It's important to understand, particularly in the energy market case, that more efficient markets are, to the customer, both sides of that equation come down to their bill, right? If we're lowering the energy price by making a more efficient market, that will lead to a lower retail energy price at some point, depending on exactly how the energy is procured. But it will drive lower prices, and the transmission costs will similarly be reflected on their bills. So they're very much in the position of being an investor. They are, or we collectively are discussing making an investment on their behalf with the intent to produce a return for those investors, for the ratepayers. Similar to if it was a commercial transmission project that wasn't being recovered in rates, in that case you would look at what are the risks of getting that return, and you would try to understand a fuller picture of what's driving how I get that return, and what are the chances that I won't get that, because the future's uncertain. We don't know what we'll get, and there's some possibility, no matter how many times this is studied, there's some possibility that ratepayers will not get a return on this. That's true of any investment. So how I feel about market efficiency projects are they should be viewed from the perspective of an investor, and that does make them a little bit different from other types of transmission projects. It doesn't mean they're not potentially a viable part of the package of upgrades that a balancing authority should be considering, but I do think that they should be looked at in a little different light, because the reason to do them is to get that return, as opposed to a reliability project where we have a standard that needs to be met and the goal is to have the lowest cost. Here, both sides are dealing with monies going to the ratepayer. So that's how I view market efficiency.
Okay, so you're not necessarily opposed then to these types of projects, market efficiency projects, for the purpose of reducing congestion
Not at all.
costs.
Not
Okay.
at all.
And then you present this figure 1 chart. I believe this is your settlement testimony. It's on I think it's the same one Commissioner Linton referred to. Okay, so from this here, I think what you're saying here is in 2014, it was, you're suggesting it was legitimate for this project to be considered, but now it looks like there's somewhere a downward trend in the historic levels of congestion. So therefore it's it's not as pressing that we consider this, or is there a level here of congestion that you're, I'm trying to say this. 2014, it looks like it was up near $500 million in costs, and it looked like it spiked to nearly $250 million in costs in 2018. What's your analysis? Is there a threshold that you say, yes, we should do a congestion reducing market efficiency project, and then otherwise we don't?
No, I understand the question. I think first we need to recall, I believe it was Mr. Horger's testimony, that congestion is not directly what creates the savings. It's the driver. It's an important component here, but it's not. When we talk about 1.25, we're talking about the energy price, or the net load payment, versus the cost.
Right.
This is, I don't think that you can take congestion and turn it into a threshold, and I certainly don't mean to imply that looking at any level of congestion by itself is sufficient to determine whether a project should or should not be constructed. I think it's instructive to understand whether the conditions that were in place when the project was initially approved have continued or are materially different. But I wouldn't substitute that for the type of analysis that PJM does, or the type of analysis that I've asked for, that gets at the benefit cost and the question of whether this is a sufficiently beneficial project for ratepayers.
Okay. Yeah, in the final, just you mentioned the study you requested. You've heard the response from PGM this afternoon and this morning. Do you have a response to their assertions that you should be looking at this as a bundle, and it would be inappropriate to try to pull out the base case and make the assumption that you could meet PGM's needs, requirements in such an analysis, and so therefore it would be a misleading analysis?
Certainly, I'll beg your indulgence and try not to make this any longer than I need to. But there's been a lot of responses and testimony, both in reply testimony, responses in DRs, as well as what you've heard yesterday and today. I think first it's important to make sure that everyone understands. I believe it was Mr. Hurling near the end said that they read this as an implied statement that 5E and HL could meet all the needs of the region, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I understand that there is an underlying reliability problem, and that if 9A is, or the reconfigured 9A, the project broadly doesn't go forward, whether it's because this commission doesn't approve a CPCN or the Pennsylvania commission doesn't, or for whatever reason, that PJM will need to address the reliability problem. That is a true statement. In the summer of 2018, PJM did a reevaluation of this project, and they took a base case from earlier that year, and they added 5E to that base case. I cited that in my reply testimony. That's the point at which they also identified the reliability problems, I believe. That's my interpretation of what was presented by PJM and Mr. Hurling's testimony. I would expect that if they were to run the scenario that I requested, that similarly they would find that there are reliability issues that would need to be addressed if the project did not go forward. What I'm really saying is when they reevaluated 5E in November, December, that general time frame, and they found that it failed the 1.25 test until they added HL. What really came of that is that 5E and HL are sort of joined at the hip. They're part of one larger project. In order to recommend to their board that 5E remained in the RTEP, they made that conditional on HL being approved as well. And so if it was appropriate to include 5E in the summer of 2018 and then look to what that meant, it seems appropriate to me and instructive to ask for the same analysis with both 5E and HL. If PJM believes that, and I was just focused on that piece. I was certainly not, my requesting of only that analysis was not intended to suggest that PJM couldn't or shouldn't do additional analysis. I didn't mention reliability because I fully expect that reliability will still be a problem if the project doesn't go forward. What I was getting at is what Mr. Hurling said, which is maybe the project will still have benefits above 1.25 in that case. If that were to occur, I think that somebody made the comment of this is like an and one. The reliability is just sort of an added bonus on top of a market efficiency project. If with 5E and HL in, it's still above 125, I think you've got a strong record that suggests that's exactly right. It is an and one. Even with the latest information, if it's greater than 125 and it solves your reliability, I think that's a meaningful piece of information for you. If, on the other hand, it doesn't reach the 1.25 threshold, that doesn't automatically mean it's not a good project, but it certainly suggests that the need is not market efficiency based, or at least not entirely market efficiency based, and that this question of reliability has become central to what should be built in this region. And that, to me, is a meaningful piece of information if it were to be true. I have no idea which way it'll go. I did not do the analysis. I am aware and we heard this morning that somebody, LS Power has stated that they have done a version of that. I have no basis for knowing if they did it correctly or what they did. The reason
That's hearsay. I don't want to hear about LS Power anymore.
Fine. Apologies, Your Honor. I want, my request for PJM is because they are the ones who should be able to tell us that. And so that's, my response is not, I'm not asking for something I don't think that PJM has already done. I'm just asking them to do it in whatever manner they feel is proper, but with the inclusion of HL, because we now know that 5E and HL are needed together in order for 5E to be effective.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, in response to questioning from Mr. Alexander, you said that ProMod is relatively expensive. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I assume that your firm has a license for ProMod. Is that right?
No, we use a competing product.
What product do you use?
We use Aurora. It's Energy Exemplar product.
Does it run a similar production model as ProMod?
Yes, it doesn't use the same inputs. I mean, it uses the same types of inputs, but it doesn't use the same format files.
And I recognize that, I believe in response to Mr. Alexander, you stated that that was not within the scope of your project with OPC.
Correct.
At any time, did you request information from PJM to perform the analysis that you're asking PJM to perform?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Excuse me. The end is nigh.
Long couple days.
I want to take you back to page 2 of your testimony, your settlement testimony, and I'm going to focus on lines 10 through 16. You said the reconfigured Project 9A with the alternative IEC East provides a similar level of economic benefits. That's similar to the original submittal. Is that what you're saying there?
Similar to the original project under the latest conditions
Okay.
modeled.
Okay, and then you say, but at a higher, substantially higher cost. Is the higher cost, is that what's giving you the reduction in net economic benefits referred to on lines 13 and 14? Is that what you're talking about there?
Yes. Without trying to remember or get the exact numbers, if you can get 840 something million in net load benefits, and you can get it for either 500 million or 400 million, which I believe are the two separately proposed projects that are on that have been presented to this commission. Those represent two different levels of net benefit, and I understand there's a whole host of societal benefits that come with the higher cost, but those societal benefits do come with that cost.
Yeah, we're going to talk about those too. So, good segue to the societal benefits. Would you acknowledge that there were communities of interest that were up in arms about the original plan and project, who are no longer up in arms?
That is my understanding. Yes.
And would you acknowledge that that Maryland has a limited amount of natural resources in terms of land? We're a very relatively small state with a high population density, 6 million people, and a relatively small land mass. Would you agree?
Yes, I think that's.
So there's a value in the limited amount of greenfields that we have. And if
Absolutely.
we're going to take them, there is some societal cost to that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So over in the next page, on page 3, I think you're recommending that we reject the settlement agreement. Is that correct?
you could point me to, I know I recommended
Well,
a
you stand to
delay.
believe that the proposed settlement agreement is not in the best interest of Maryland residents and ratepayers. So that's what I'm referring to. If it's not in their best interest, then you're saying we should reject it.
I assume you're referring to line 16 and 17
16
there?
through 18,
Yeah.
yes.
I think it's important to add that at least for the moment. What I'm really saying is, I think there's more information. I think there's more information that could be had. I think it can be or certainly at the time that I filed this, I believed it could be acquired in a timely manner, and I think that that information would allow you to make that determination of whether either project is in the best interest of ratepayers.
Right, but isn't there the risk that should we reject this proposal, the settlement agreement, that we lose all of the gained, arguably gained societal benefits, and we go back to a greenfield situation, as was alluded to earlier? Other alternatives that more than likely will be greenfields. At least it's possible, right?
It is possible that, I mean, I guess take this in pieces. If the commission or the Pennsylvania Commission reject the project, do not issue a certificate, then as PJM has stated, they will move to determine their reliability need, and using some process produce with stakeholders a suitable project to meet their reliability needs. That project may or may not have greenfield. It may or may not be in Maryland, and if it comes before Maryland, I presume the same concerns and discussion would reappear, and consideration of whether that could be met without that necessary greenfield would occur again. I would agree that
It's
is
a long way to say yes.
yes, maybe not in this proceeding, but yes.
Okay, let me ask you about risk. Who has the risk of the cost of this project? In other words, should it not realize the cost benefits being projected? Who bears the risk of all of that?
The ratepayers.
Ratepayers do. I think that's your stronger argument, so that's just my opinion. I'm not prejudging, I'm just saying that's probably the best argument there is. The company's kept whole no matter what happens for the most part, for whatever they've invested. Anyway, maybe not future earnings, but past expenses. And other parties, well, let me just say that the ratepayers bear a lot of risk, so we have to take that into account as well.
Yes, that's a much shorter and perhaps better way of answering what I answered earlier.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, if you would turn to page 8 of your testimony, your initial settlement testimony.
I'm there.
What you seem to have a lot of concerns about zonal cost allocation and cost allocation changing or not changing. In your view, what can this commission do about the cost allocation issue?
From the recent DR response from PJM and the testimony we heard today, I'm not sure there's anything that can be done within this proceeding. Clearly, if the scenario that both Mr. Hurling and I have talked about, where this project doesn't go forward and PJM engages in a reliability project, then cost allocation would be very different. So that's, I guess, the ultimate answer is you can deny this application and with the knowledge that something else is coming along that will be allocated differently.
And when you say differently, do you know that that would cost Maryland ratepayers more or less, or just be different?
Just different, I do not know.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Do any of the parties have questions based on the examination of the commissioners?
No, Your Honor.
I have one question, Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. McElmore, as to whose question?
Actually, Commissioner Linton, Commissioner Richard, and Commissioner O'Donnell. It's one question, but it refers back to those. You were discussing that this additional information that you were requesting, you indicated that that would provide the commission more information that could be had. In this analysis, how would that additional analysis incorporate the societal impacts, or would it?
Just as in all the other analyses that PJM has performed, it would not include the societal impacts. My expectation is that that the commission would take those into account separately, as I assume it is doing now.
And you also indicated that 9A, the alternative, might be the right project to solve the reliability impacts, and you stated also that PJM will probably need to address the reliability problems. How in the future, if this is as you stated, the right project, how would PJM consider the societal impacts to consider whether this is the right project in the future?
That I don't want to speak for PJM, so I don't know how much I can give you an answer there. I might suppose that they would take a lesson from this proceeding and seek to avoid going through the process of starting with a greenfield, knowing how Maryland considers that, but that might be a better question for them.
But are you aware of anything that PJM has in its manual or anything to address that issue to date? Currently, is there anything in PJM's manual that would allow for this to be addressed?
I believe PJM has indicated that they, to the extent they can, they take state siting requirements into consideration. But I'm not an expert at their tariff or how they might choose to do that.
So does that mean you're not aware of anything?
I am not aware of anything specific other than the testimony I've heard that where PJM has discussed that they attempt to take that into account.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You are excused. Mr. Dean, please call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Please be seated.
Thank you. Please state your name and position here at the commission.
Roger Austin, just an engineer. Roger Austin, engineer.
What type of engineer are you?
Electrical.
Thank you. Do you have before you a document entitled Settlement Testimony of Roger Austin, dated December 16, 2019, consisting of 8 pages of testimony?
Yes.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to this testimony?
Yes. Based on information we received on Friday afternoon, it is necessary for me to make a change to my testimony. On pages 6 through 8 of my testimony, I performed some calculations to determine the benefits and cost of the reconfigured 9A to Maryland customers. My calculations were based on data received from PJM in response to staff data request 11-03, which I really should have included as an attachment to my testimony, but which fortunately Mr. Alexander introduced into evidence during yesterday's hearings as OPC Exhibit 21. In staff DR 11-03, PJM provided what they anticipated at the time would be the cost allocations of the reconfigured Project 9A to the various transmission zones that are anticipated to benefit from the project. Cost allocations and benefits were anticipated to be 1-to-1, meaning that if a transmission zone was expected to receive 10% of the benefits, they would quite fairly be expected to be allocated 10% of the cost. However, we were informed on Friday afternoon that after reviewing their tariff and operating agreements, PJM determined that they did not have the authority to file updated cost allocations with FERC. What this means, and what Mr. Horger confirmed on the cross-examination from staff counsel during yesterday's hearings, is that the original cost allocations that were filed with PJM when Project 9A was first approved by the PJM board in August 2016 will remain in place. So I had to redo my calculations on pages 6 through 8 to determine the benefits and cost of the reconfigured 9A using the original cost allocations that were filed with FERC in August 2016. I'm not going to bore you with all of my calculations, but basically the PEPCO zone, which will receive about 20% of the benefits, they will be responsible for 21% of the cost. Folks in the APS zone, they will receive about 7% of the benefits with the reconfigured project, but they will be responsible for 8.5% of the cost as with the original project. In the BGE zone, consumers will receive about 13% of the benefits, but they will be responsible for 20% of the cost. Okay? So for the penultimate Q&A on page 8, lines 12 through 16, which asks what will be the benefit to cost of the reconfigured 9A to Maryland consumers, the benefits will remain the same at $219.41 million. The cost will, however, rise from $143.28 million to $182.3 million. And the benefits net of cost to Maryland consumers will fall from $76.13 million to $36.48 million. While this is obviously disappointing, the benefits of the reconfigured 9A to Maryland consumers still outweigh the cost. So staff continues to stand by its recommendations as stated on page 3 of my testimony.
Thank you. Your Honor, staff would like to mark this, I believe, as staff exhibit number 4.
So marked.
And staff would like to move this into the administrative record.
Seeing no objection, although, Mr. Dean, I should ask, are we certain that we have a staff exhibit 3 on file? I'm comfortable with marking this as 4. I just want to make sure that we didn't have something. We may possibly have a gap, but Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I have here that staff exhibit marked 3 and admitted into evidence was BGE's request for a waiver of CPCN for Project 5E.
Thank you. Okay, so we will mark this as exhibit number 4. Seeing no objection, 4 is moved into evidence. Any?
Thank you, Your Honor. My witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Any cross-examination for this witness? Seeing none. Any? Is that a yes, or you need a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Austin. I'm Gary Alexander from the Office of People's Counsel.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Does it concern you at all, in particular, with BGE, that it's only going to get 13% of the benefits while they're now going to pay 20% of the cost? Does that concern you at all?
Yeah, it's disappointing.
Well, when you say it's disappointing, is it disappointing to you, or will it be disappointing to the BGE residential ratepayers who my office represents?
It's disappointing to me, and I assume it would be disappointing to your ratepayers.
And if I heard you right, if I've got the figures right, all 3 of those zones, PEPCO, APS, and BGE, would all now be paying more for fewer benefits.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any examination by the commissioners? Commissioner McDonald.
Mr. Austin, thank you for being here. So your correction was 219.41 million stays the same. And what is that figure?
That's benefits to Maryland consumers.
Okay, so that's just congestion benefits.
Yes.
And then the new cost.
The cost rise.
182.3 million.
Correct.
So would it be appropriate to ratio those out to get a new benefit to cost ratio?
I did it. I think I got for Maryland, the benefit to cost would be about 1.15. Check.
I just checked if my calculator's right, it's 1.20 round to 4.
Oh, okay.
1.204. How does that fit? How does that number fit into the 1.25 number I hear? That's a
Well,
PJ.
the 1.25 is for the entire PJM. They're considering all the zones. I'm just focusing on the Maryland zones.
I learned something. Thank you.
Commissioner Herman. Question. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Austin.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Mr. Austin, I had one question for you on page 3 of your testimony.
Yes.
On lines, I think at the end of line 6, you recommend the commission grant BGE 2 good cause waivers, subject to the forthcoming conditions. Can you explain to me in your words what the good cause is for those waivers?
Yeah. th- these projects, BG will be performing construction on 2 existing overhead transmission lines. The design, engineering and design is still in progress. Um, the first circuit is the Cornerstone to Otter Creek line. They're adding a new circuit to existing towers. They need to add 1 extra tower where that line takes a sharp turn towards the Pennsylvania border. So, and that tower is not expected to be taller than the existing towers, but the way the statute is written, it is unclear whether adding 1 additional tower would disqualify that project from a mandatory waiver. So that is why it's being recommended that BGE ask for a good cause waiver rather than a mandatory waiver.
Right, I understand that, and I understand there's some ambiguity as to whether or not they qualify for the mandatory waiver. But I'm asking you, what in staff's position is the good cause for granting the waiver?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, again, it's all about the societal benefits. BGE was really called into this process to help avoid building on green fields. So, to avoid BGE going through the extra cost of a full CPCN procedure, staff feels it is better, since they're being pulled into this process, to grant them a good cause waiver.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to issue a bench data request and ask that the testimony, Mr. Austin, that you update your testimony with the revised numbers. I know you just got it on Friday. It sounds like you've already done the math, so it shouldn't be a heavy lift, but I think those are important numbers that I'd like to see. So I'm hoping the staff can do that with relatively quickly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Austin.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Austin.
Good afternoon.
I just would like to just go back to the recommendation of staff from your filed April 2019 testimony, and maybe you could just help me understand the evolution and staff's thinking. But there it said, I'll just paraphrase. It's on page 23 of that testimony. What is your recommendation in this matter? Basically, it says, project will solve the economic congestion problem for the AP South reactive interface, but then you go on, however, given the uncertainties involving various evolving state requirements for renewable resources, energy efficiency, and other non-transmission alternatives, coupled with the very marginal economic benefits that project brings to Maryland consumers, including an increase in net load payments for DPL zone customers in Maryland's Eastern Shore, I recommend that the Commission not grant a CPCN to Transource Maryland, LLC, to construct the 2 new 230 kV transmission lines associated with the Independent Energy Connection Project. Just now, you are comfortable, staff is comfortable. What resolves some of the concerns that staff had previously in this settlement?
Basically, what was said there still stands. What has changed is the societal costs are no longer there. I know staff, we are only supposed to be looking at the technical and the economic data, but obviously we know what's going on outside of our, we were hearing the rumblings about the societal cost.
Okay, so that tipped in the
that
balance
is
against the
that is
concern about the state
basically what
policies.
tipped the balance.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, sir.
I had some questions earlier yesterday for PPRP witness Kelly regarding the CPCN process that the commission would normally follow, specifically focusing on the two lines that BGE is being called upon to update. As we saw in earlier testimony, one of the lines received a waiver back in, I think it was 2018. The other line is an older line that does not have a CPCN. So PPRP was comfortable with proceeding in this matter with a waiver and recommending a waiver be granted without going through the CPCN process. And as, from your testimony, staff feels the same way. Could you help me to understand why? Well, first, do you think that this is are we setting any kind of precedent here? We've been asked to have this expedited process for transmission line siting in the past, and we've typically said no to that because we have the CPCN process. So, do you think we're setting any kind of standard or process here that other companies or parties will try and follow in the future?
I think in the settlement statement specifically says somewhere that that none of this is precedential.
Well, and that may be true, but other parties may still say, you know, well, if it worked for Transource, maybe it could work for us, and we'll ask staff to utilize the same approach in future proceedings that or future transmission projects that was used here. So how could we determine that this is such a unique project that it should not set a precedent for future ones?
Again, I would come back to BGE was called into the process to help alleviate the societal cost. That to me is the main reason for expediting their portion of the work.
Okay. So on page 5 of your testimony, starting at line 16, you discuss what the staff would do if this were reviewed within the context of a CPCN proceeding. Is it your testimony here today that because this came about through a settlement, it's a little unusual from what we would normally see for a transmission line project? Has the staff conducted the same level of review as it normally would review for these types of proceedings?
Yes, and we would rely heavily again on PPRP and the other state agencies for all their environmental reviews and whatnot. Staff will mainly be looking at the reliability and the technical aspects of the project, and but mainly as long as PPRP and the various organizations it represents, you know, they're satisfied with the many other aspects that they need to look at, I think we would be on board.
Okay, just one last question. We heard from BG witness, and his name eludes me at the moment. Alfred, yes, thank you. We heard from him yesterday that and I believe you have corroborated this today, that the the engineering for this project is still still being put together. It's not finished yet.
Correct.
Is it premature for the commission to issue a CPCN for the project when the engineering and other specs have not been completed yet? Perhaps there's even some local government related permits, et cetera, that have not been issued. Are we getting ahead of it, or are we in a place that's appropriate at this time to do so?
I think that might be a better question to ask of PPRP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Do the parties have questions of the witness.
Yes,
Mr. Ralph.
couple questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Austin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ralph.
You were asked about the precedential effects of the settlement.
Mr. Ralph, if you could bring the mic closer, please.
I think this should be better. You were asked about some of the precedential effects of granting a waiver in this context.
Yes.
And you were, or staff was a part of the discussions with the state, meaning PPRP and OPC and BGE and Transource regarding the settlement.
Yes.
Was one of the considerations the fact that there is an ongoing CPCN as to the entire project?
Yes.
And that BGE was called in to just address a portion of this entire project?
Yes.
And are you also aware of the fact that PPRP has conditioned this project on significant environmental conditions?
Yes.
In both phases, both the Grayston line as well as the Conestone line.
Yes.
And was that a factor in staff's consideration as to whether it would recommend that that BG be granted a waiver as to the CPCN requirement?
Yes.
And I think you testified to this, but I just want to be clear of this. Part of those considerations in connection with the conditions and the settlement in general was BGE addressing some of the societal impacts that were involved. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these lines that we're talking about, these are existing transmission lines
Correct.
that BGE would be using.
Yes.
And on those existing transmission lines, this work that we're talking about would be done on existing right-of-ways.
That's correct.
And were those also factors that staff took into consideration in recommending a good cause waiver in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ralph. Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Austin, just following those questions, are you aware of the position that staff has taken, at least in the past 2 years, with regard to requests for good cause waivers?
You would need to enlighten me. I'm not sure.
So
I'm not sure.
if you don't know, that's
I
fine.
I don't know.
Okay. The other question is, this is with regard to Commissioner Richards' testimony. If I heard correctly, what you were asked, what caused the difference let me step back. You reaffirmed your conclusions of the original testimony that you gave in the first proceeding, correct?
Yes.
But you have now, and that was asking the commission to deny the request for the issuance of a CPCN.
Yes.
And now you have said that you would support that with the reconfigured 9A.
Yes.
And Commissioner Richards asked you, well, what's the difference? And you said that mainly it's the green, that it won't be on green fields. The reconfigured lines will be on brown fields.
Correct.
Okay, so, and tell me if I'm misstating this, but it sounds like since you since the project is still going to do the same things and have the same problems that caused you to enumerate a number of reasons why you were against it, it seems to me that if the greenfields is the only difference, then you're just basing that that you think the commission is going to grant one or the other.
I don't understand your question.
Well, the new testimony, your settlement testimony in support of it, again, I'm going back to is that it doesn't negate any of a number of factors that you cited in your original testimony for reasons to reject this.
Correct.
And were greenfields in that list? In the original, your initial testimony in the case in chief.
I don't think I specifically mentioned green fields. That
I'm not, and you can do this subject to check. So if you, I'm really not trying to be.
But it was part of our considerations.
Yeah.
Back
Okay.
then.
But the greenfields doesn't negate all of the other considerations, which were many. Correct?
Correct.
So it's still, whether it's the original or reconfigured, the only difference that, if I'm understanding, that caused you to support this settlement was that the line is not going to go through greenfield.
Correct.
But it doesn't mitigate all of the other factors you cited that gave you concern in the original.
That's correct.
Okay, and so are you supporting the greenfields, the reconfigured 9A, simply because you think that the commission is going to grant one thing or the other, and that you would prefer that they, if they're going to grant one or the other, to agree to the reconfigured 9A?
No.
Objection. Your Honor, his testimony doesn't say that he doesn't say anything close to that. He's not suggesting that you approve one or over the other. His testimony is in support of approving the project, reconfigured project as submitted.
The objection is sustained.
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, any additional? Yes, you have questions of the commissioners. Yes, Mr. Dean.
Not of the commissioners, but as a statement, Commissioner Linton and Commissioner Herman had a question regarding the waiver of the CPCN requirement in his testimony, and I would just like to state that if that was asked of staff, we would have a legal analysis regarding that as to whether the administrative due process would require additional proceedings to obtain additional information to decide to grant approval to construct the transmission line, or were that obtained using a regular CPCN process.
Your Honor,
I'm just stating that we would have a different answer than what the witness provided if asked of staff as a whole, and we could address that in brief if we're requested to do brief.
If asked, I don't want counsel to testify any further, but you may be asked that question. Mr. Alexander.
I would just move to strike because Mr. Deem, who is an excellent counsel, just testified.
I concur with you. We'll strike the response of Mr. Dean, although it's on the record. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Austin. You are excused. At this point, are there any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
None. Would any party like to make brief closing statements? Mr.
I don't
Grant?
think so, Your Honor. I think we'll just address the commission through our briefs, if that's fine with the commission.
Thank you. We will move to the briefing schedule. Looking back in October, it looks like all the parties, inclusive of OPC, agreed to a schedule. We're a little behind schedule now. Is approximately 30 days sufficient for the one round of post-hearing briefs?
How many, I'm sorry, Your Honor?
About 30 days?
Up to how many pages?
A lot of issues here. Let me ask the...
Because it's just me, Your Honor.
Right.
I don't have a senior partner, junior partner, a senior associate, 2 paralegals, and a real legal secretary. I've got me.
Okay. Point noted. Ms. McLemore.
Likewise.
Let me inquire of
so-
the commissioners and see if they, before I make a determination on page length and due date, if there are additional issues that they request to be briefed in your briefs. Commissioner Herman.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect this would have come up anyway, but I will make a formal request that the briefs include addressing the question of whether the mouth provisions in the settlement that allow for the possibility of mouth denying an overlay easement after we issue a CPCN or waiver of the CPCN is inconsistent with the Commission's statutory authority for the siting and location of transmission lines, and I draw your attention to the recent perennial decision. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I would just remind, we have several bench data requests that are out there that will be answered separately, but in brief, I would like to have answered the question I kind of alluded to on the last witness. Why is it appropriate for Maryland to accept a cost-benefit ratio that PJM would not accept themselves in their RTEP process?
Any additional issues to brief? Seeing none. Oh, do you have Commissioner Richard?
Just to say, just the questions I asked. So I don't know if you have to state that.
No. No, these are particular chapters for the post-hearing briefs.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I just say, I'm sorry. May I just say one thing? We are, OPC is still fine with a single brief. We're not against, we're not changing that. I think all the parties agreed to, if that's okay with you, a single brief.
That's what we're talking about, just one round of briefs.
Right.
I think Commissioner Obie said something that may not have been caught. Commissioner Obie. Commissioner
No, I just, Commissioner, that's all right. It's, I just suggested that I was the same with Commissioner Richard. No questions that I've already asked. Any topics, briefing on those topics is fine.
Okay, back to the timeline. It appears that the parties agreed to approximately 36 days for the brief. Does that still hold, 36 days?
Yes, Your Honor. And we spoke prior to the hearings, and I think the parties had agreed on March 12th. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to have people out of the country, and that would allow me an opportunity to touch base with them before we submit it if we had that additional
And
couple days.
Oh, I'm sorry, Counsel. I think we're talking about business days, not just days, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we're talking about March 12th now.
Yes, and that's fine.
Okay.
We already agreed to that,
Okay,
Your Honor.
all right. Well, we'll do March 12th, 40 pages. Is that sufficient? I see.
Yes.
I guess I'd be the only one who's concerned, and sure, Your Honor, 40 pages.
Well, you have 36 days, 40 pages.
I'm
pages.
saying.
Okay, thank you.
One-
Any additional matters before we adjourn?
Yes, Your Honor. With the bench data requests, the responses, are we considering that to be on the record, or how do we do that?
Those should be on the record, yes.
So the responses will be on the record?
Yes.
Your Honor, briefly, Commissioner Linton had asked about in the white paper, there was a link that you asked Mr. Hurley about. That was that if you go on PJM's website and look at the white paper, it's actually just referring to figure 4, I think, in the table below the text.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Now I have to find it. The document itself had the language there, and I guess we can handle this now, Mr. Chairman. Is that,
I believe it was on page 9.
yeah. So the sentence continued on as if there was something else written there. So I wasn't sure if that was just a reference to a table or something else.
Okay.
So,
I believe Mr. Gunderson
Yeah,
is saying the error is now referring to Table 4. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes, yes, the error just refers to Table 4, which summarizes the recent RTEP analyses involving the alternative Project 9A.
Okay, perhaps you could share that with Commissioner Linton offline.
Certainly.
that's fine.
Any additional matters before the commission?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, everybody. This trial type hearing is adjourned.